It's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Brad Stevenson. He's the Executive Director of the Utah Ready Mix Concrete Association, and Cody Preston, who is the Chair of the URMCA Paving Committee, and his day job is Area Manager for Concrete Paving of Geneva Rock. So with that, let's get started. Brad?
Good morning. My name is Brad Stevenson, and I am the Executive Director of the Utah Ready Mix Concrete Association. And on behalf of the URMC members and the Board of Directors, I would like to extend each of you a warm welcome to the 2021 Annual Paving Workshop. This year's theme is Concrete Pavement, Moving the Economy. This is the first year that the conference is being sponsored and presented by the URMCA. However, the message is the same. We believe in concrete. Without construction, economies die. The URMCA works hand in hand with the National Ready Mix Concrete Association and the Portland Cement Association, which serve the entire country. We benefit tremendously from their expertise, their resources, and their support. Through the National Association, we benefit from a few of their large and impressive promotional programs. One being Build with Strength, which is promoting concrete in more of a vertical application. And two, Pave Ahead, an impressive, sophisticated, and professional platform promoting the use of concrete in all paving applications. In fact, we'd like to take a second right now. We'd like to give a big shout out to Brian Killingsworth, the Executive Vice President of Local Paving for the NRMCA, who has worked tirelessly in helping us plan and arrange today's events. Brian is also providing all the technical expertise to make today's proceedings virtual. Thank you, Brian. A little less than 4 years ago, the URMCA started as a simple idea between 3 Utah ready mix companies and 2 cement producers to unify their efforts and create an association to promote the use of ready mix concrete in the state of Utah. After a few short years, most of the ready mix companies in Utah have joined, as well as all the cement producers who market and sell their products here in the state. We have many great associate members representing their companies in all aspects of the industry and its ancillary businesses. Although relatively new as an organization, we are proud to say we cover all the bases. For instance, we have a presence on Capitol Hill with one of the most well-respected lobbyist groups, great legal counsel, and an impressive social media portfolio. Most recently, we have been thrilled to welcome all of you representing the concrete paving interest in our state. Welcome to the URMCA. We have made big strides in our paving work relationships at Udot, and for that we'd like to thank Bill Lawrence, and before him Robert Stewart, and their fellow team members at Udot, as well as all the other public work agencies at cities and counties around our great state. Thanks for coming to the table and creating an effective, cooperative, and I dare say unprecedented team approach to addressing the issues of importance between the agencies and our industry. Bill and his team believe, and more importantly, behave in a way that creates transparency. Organizations and people who are always transparent are always more successful. I've heard it say at another conference that I attended earlier that if we learned anything from 2020, that it had to be adaptability. If we don't embrace change, we won't survive. And believe me, we have more change coming. Change can be scary, and without a roadmap, how will we know which way to go? Let's all strive to be perfect with the basics, and we'll be able to control much of the future, no matter what direction our business or our life takes us. Now, before I turn the mic over to Cody Preston, our paving committee chairman, I would like to ask Brian to display our antitrust statement. There it is right there. We ask that all of you please read it and recognize that we adhere to these rules. Thank you very much. Now, sit back and please enjoy your day. And here is Cody.
Good morning. It's good to be with all of you this morning. Thanks, Brad and Brian. Briefly, as many of you, let me just talk through some of our housekeeping things, how you can interact today. If you were on a little bit early, Brian mentioned some of that. First of all, the conference is being recorded, and we will make that available through the urmca.org website in about a week. Currently, all of you are muted. And will remain muted. As Brian mentioned, we'll have over 200 attendees today, so you can imagine the chaos if we unmuted everyone. So everyone will remain muted other than the panelists and those who are presenting today. If you have any questions or comments, you can see the screenshot here that shows the questions box. Feel free to type in any questions or comments through that. Brian and I will be monitoring that throughout the day as we go. Also, each of our presenters will hopefully leave a few minutes at the end of their presentation for some questions. So feel free to enter questions in the box, and then Brian or I will ask those questions to the presenters at the end of their presentation. As many of you know, the Utah chapter ACPA has been dissolved. The Utah chapter ACPA had a good run, but it was time to make some changes. The URMCA board approached us to join forces with them about a year ago. We could see the value in their proposal, and after looking at different scenarios on how that would look, it was decided that the best option was to create the URMCA Concrete Paving Committee. The committee includes myself as the chair of the committee, Paul Franson from Acme Construction, Todd Laker, who is also a URMCA board member from Lafarge Holcim, Kurt Severinson from Green Construction, and Aaron Whitaker from Ralph L. Wadsworth Construction. We also include the URMCA Executive Director that you just heard, Brad Stevenson, in all of our committee meetings. I just want to say a few short months, in the few short months that we have been a part of this URMCA association, we've been able to see the benefits of joining together with the URMCA, and we look forward to the continued efforts to keep concrete a priority here in Utah. I want to thank the URMCA board for their efforts and vision in making this transition happen. One of the most important items to us has been and continues to be our concrete paving conference that we have every year. We always look forward to social interactions with each of you in the industry while celebrating some of your great accomplishments. This year is obviously a little different. Regardless of the circumstances, we were determined to have this conference and are excited to be able to meet with you today, albeit virtual. If you signed up for any professional or development PDHs or DOPL credits when you registered, we will be emailing out those certificates after the conference. Just a quick rundown of our agenda. This morning, you've heard from Brad and myself. At 8:15, Udot Future and Vision by Lisa Wilson. At 8:45, Udot Program Outlook, Chris Peterson from Udot. At 9:15, Industry Economic Outlook from Brian Schmidt from the PCA, and then we'll have a quick break. At 10:15, we'll turn the time over to Peter Taylor and Gordon Smith for testing and performance mixes. At 11:45, we'll have a lunch break for approximately 30 minutes. During that time, the award winners for those who turned in nominations will be looped on a slideshow that you'll be able to see the award winners and pictures and what those projects were. At 12:15, we'll have a pavement over structures presentation by Cheryl Hirsch-Simmons from Udot. At 12:45, we'll go through 3 different project highlights: the 500 West project, the I-15 Tech Corridor, and the Salt Lake City Airport update. And you can see the presenters there. And then at 1:45, we'll wrap things up with Dr. Spencer Guthrie from BYU talking about cement treated bases. and then I'll take just a few minutes to close.
Anyways, I appreciate this opportunity. She is a great person and probably one of the nicest people I know at Udot, so I'm privileged to introduce her. So Lisa Wilson was recently appointed as the Deputy Director of Engineering and Operations for the Utah Department of Transportation. She has been with the department over 22 years, and just prior to her current appointment was working as Udot's Region 2 Director. She has also served as the Region 1 Director, Deputy Director in Region 2, Pre-Construction Director, Region 2 Program Manager, and Project Manager. She is a graduate of Utah State University. Lisa and her husband and 2 children enjoy riding side-by-sides, four-wheelers, boating, and watching Aggie football. So there's a proper introduction for Lisa. We'll turn time over to her.
I'm Lisa Wilson. I am the new Deputy Director for Engineering and Operations for the Utah Department of Transportation. I'm in week 4, and it still sounds really funny to say it out loud, but we'll get used to it. Are you guys all seeing the Udot strategic direction page on my screen right now?
We're seeing the website, the Utah website.
Okay. Thank you. So a little bit about myself. I have been with Udot for 24 years now. Most recently, I was the Region 2 Director, and right before that, I was the Region 1 Director. I've spent a lot of my career in pre-construction and project management, but it's been a lot of fun. I worked with a lot of you, in projects throughout our time. Before I really get started, I would like to start out by just saying thank you. Thank you to everyone for everything they have done, especially this last year with the pandemic. We're all of a sudden thrown for a loop. We've been able to deliver our entire program through design and construction without skipping a beat. That's a pretty big accomplishment given all of the challenges that 2020 brought to us. It says a lot about the partnerships and the relationships that we have here in Utah with all of our team members. And meetings like this really go a long way to help strengthen those partnerships. So I'd really like to thank the Urmca for hosting this meeting today. So I've been asked to talk about the Udot future and vision and a little bit about the challenges that we face as a state. And like I said, I've been here for 24 years at Udot, but I've lived in Utah my whole life. And I'm not as old as what my kids like to think I am. But living here, the growth has always been occurring, right? We've always seen it. It's always been a challenge. There was a really cool picture at my old high school when it was first built, and it was opened back in 1958. It was built out in the middle of nowhere. There was a school and farmland for as far as you could see. By the time I got there, it was very different, right? There were homes and businesses all around it. But it was really cool to look back at history and see what had happened. I do remember a time where you didn't have to drive very far out of Salt Lake City to get to open land and farmland, and we don't really have that much in this valley anymore with all the growth that has occurred. I also remember distinctly that I had a transportation professor in college who was really more than willing to express her frustration and disappointment in the department for building I-215. She just felt like it was pointless. There was no reason. It wasn't a build it and they will come sort of situation. I, on the other hand, grew up here, lived here, and saw the need for it. And I'm very, very glad that our leaders back in those days were planning ahead. And that's what we're trying to continue to do today. Like Brad mentioned at the start, right, the theme of 2020 and where we are today is adaptability and change. And we're seeing a lot of change in where people want to live, where they want to work. You're seeing a lot more people move out to rural areas, which is going to add more pressure for funding and development out in areas that typically we would do just traditional maintenance projects. You're probably going to see a lot more different in types of projects going on out there. The other thing that we've been seeing for a long time is people are more willing to move further away from where they work, to be able to get the houses for their families that they want to live in, something that they can afford. And so they're moving further away, which presents some pretty unique challenges for our transportation system. So moving forward, I just want to talk a little bit about our Udot roadmap. And this is all on our website on the strategic direction. Last week, Carlos introduced a few changes to this roadmap. They're very minor. And these aren't new ideas or topics that we're talking about right now, right? It's been around for a long time. It just seems like right now, with COVID and the pandemic, people have really been reevaluating quality of life and really what's important to us, right? Right. This is the way that we move forward. Decision making. This is our guide to who we are and what we do here in the department. Like Chris pointed out, you know, everything we do is about keeping Utah moving. So that's the number one important thing we need to remember. And it's moving not just cars, but it's people, goods, services, all of the above. There's been a lot of discussion lately and a lot of emphasis on quality of life. And I think especially with COVID, people have been really reevaluating what that means to them, right? Our mission, the reason that we exist as a department, the reason we do what we do is to enhance quality of life through transportation. We don't just go build a project just because, right? There's a reason that we're there. We don't just plow roads just because. We're doing it for the people, right? To make their lives better. And I know that there's a lot of lively discussion that goes on around what is quality of life? What's the definition? It's different for everyone, right? I have a different idea of quality of life than the next person. And it largely depends on where we live, where we work, how we decide to use our recreational time. And it also largely depends on where we're at in our lives, our situations, right? You could be a student who doesn't have a car, relying on transit to get to school. You could be a parent with kids that you have to run all over the valley to drop off to different activities. And quality of life definitely means something different to somebody in a rural area versus urban. And so those are all factors in decision making and our future planning. In order to put some structure around how we should progress and move forward, Utah's transportation vision was put together, and I have a video that kind of talks about the quality of life framework. I don't know if Brian can play it now for us.
I certainly will.
Okay, thank you.
It's no secret that Utah is growing. As one of the best places on earth to live, work, and play, many people who grew up here are staying, and many are coming here from other places. With this growth come both challenges and opportunities. At Udot, we have the challenge of keeping Utah moving in the face of rapid growth, but we also have the opportunity to work with leaders, residents, and other stakeholders to shape our communities in new and better ways as we grow. We have an opportunity to help build the communities of our dreams. Udot worked together with transportation agencies, community leaders, private and public sector stakeholders to develop Utah's transportation vision, a pathway to maintain and enhance our already high quality of life. We arrived at 4 key outcomes that our transportation system must deliver. It must provide better mobility. The system must support a strong economy. transportation needs to take a greater role in promoting good health. Our system must connect communities. When transportation works well, it's a seamless part of everyday life. As we provide for better mobility with more transportation choices, it will quietly but surely strengthen the economy, promote better health, and connect all of us as members of stronger, more prosperous communities. In short, we'll create communities of our dreams that deliver quality of life to everyone that lives within them.
Thank you, Brian. So as you saw in the video, the quality of life framework is made up of these 4 components. The first one, better mobility. Historically, this is probably the spot where we would make most of our decisions, right? To address traditional delay measures, and reduce that for the driving public. But it's expanded to go beyond cars and be thinking multimodal and just how we move people as opposed to just cars. Good health takes into consideration active transportation and the value of keeping our citizens healthy. It also takes into consideration environmental factors and the way that we can help improve things like air quality and water quality. Connected communities. This is a recognition that historically transportation hasn't always connected communities. We've had somewhat of a history of dividing them, actually. This one is also a focus on multimodal connections and being able to have people use multiple modes of travel to get where they need to go. And of course, a recognition that transportation does contribute to a strong economy, and it's a vital role, right, for business and commerce and moving goods and services. So the last thing I want to point out on this Utah roadmap is the Udot values: the respect, integrity, caring. This really defines who we are and how we do our work and how we expect everyone to working with us to move forward. It's a recognition, and Carlos always likes to say, how we do our work matters. It's very important that when we're a guest in a community to do a project, that they want to invite us back, right? We don't just go there and take over and not take into consideration what the communities want. The important part about these values is that they affect actions and outcomes. So for example, when we work with integrity, it means we have nothing to hide. So we're fully transparent, and transparency develops trust. And this is extremely important in our ability to get funding, right, for more projects. We do the right thing, we build the trust with the public and our legislators, and they keep giving us more money because they want more of the product that we provide. Now, one more thing kind of related to this that I want to talk about is moving forward, a future initiative, right, that we've got underway. Chris went through all of these funding sources that we have and what we fund with them. The one that is least sustainable right now is this transportation fund. As Chris discussed, the Transportation Investment Fund is largely its sales tax, right? And that's strong. It was actually higher than we expected this year. The Transportation Fund is based on gas tax, which in the long term isn't sustainable. As more people get newer cars that are more fuel efficient and we get more people driving electric vehicles, we just don't need as much gas, right? And so in 2019, the legislature directed the department to start a road usage charge program, affectionately known as RUC. And so it's been in operation for a year, and what this does is it charges based on the miles that you drive. So someone who's not buying gas because they have an electric vehicle is still contributing to the maintenance and operations and funding for our roadway system. This program is one of the first in the nation, and it's been operational for about a year. It's voluntary right now for only owners of hybrid and electric vehicles. We're starting small. There's a little over 3,600 people already enrolled in the program. And right now it's capped. They pay an annual fee, right? Their registration fee. And so if they drive less, they get a savings. If they drive more, it caps out at the registration fee that they would have paid. We're currently developing a plan and recommending strategies for further expansion. And we've been required to be able to enroll all vehicles in the program by December 31st, 2031. This is just one of the ways that we're addressing our challenges and looking forward in our future, along with the roadmap, right? We have a lot of things coming our way, a lot of change, and it's important that we all get on the same page and be able to make some good sound decisions in planning for the future. So with that, I would just like to say thank you. I apologize again for all of my technology issues today. And there's a few minutes for questions if there's anything for Chris and myself. I will stop sharing.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
So I'm going to introduce Chris. Chris is my boss, so it's my honor and privilege to be able to introduce him for his presentation today. Chris graduated from Brigham Young University in 1996 with a master's degree in civil and environmental engineering with an emphasis in geotechnical engineering. He joined the Utah Department of Transportation as a civil engineer intern in 1996. He has served in the Udot Region 2 area, which is Salt Lake, Summit, and Tooele counties, as the engineering support services, traffic operations, and resident construction engineers. In 2007, he was appointed the statewide Director of Construction and Materials. In January 2011, he was appointed the Director of Region 1, which includes Davis, Weber, Box Elder, Cache Rich, and Morgan counties. Most recently, in January of 2019, Chris was appointed to serve as the Project Development Director, where he oversees the statewide efforts involving structural, geotechnical roadway, materials and drainage engineering, project delivery, right-of-way purchases, property management, and civil rights, as well as consultant and construction bidding for the department. Chris is the proud father of 4 children and lives in Kaysville, Utah with his wife and family. So let's welcome Chris.
Thanks, Bill. I kind of like Lisa's introduction a little bit better. It was short and sweet. Mine was a little bit too long, but I guess I'll take it. I'm gonna go ahead and present my screen here, get my presentation up for you. And then if Brian, you can confirm to me, looks like it is now loaded. Is that correct?
That is correct. Good to go.
Okay, awesome. I appreciate the chance to follow Lisa, and hopefully we'll be able to get her back on. I know some of the things that she was going to present on today, and I would really like to see them. I'm grateful to be able to work with Lisa. I worked with her for my entire career. We started just a couple of days apart, and we both started out in Region 2. So I have a lot of admiration for Lisa and all the benefits, the skills, the talents that she's going to bring to being deputy director. And so I look forward to what we have in store for us over the next couple of years. So I'm going to talk a few minutes today about the Udot 2021 program outlook and what that's going to be over the next year. When they asked me to speak on this again, I thought, wow, it's been a year. I can just give the exact same presentation that I gave last year. If you remember, we were downtown in a completely different world at the time. It's amazing how things have changed. And I think we were at the Sheridan, if that's not correct. Anyway, so I followed Jason at the time. Today I get to follow Lisa, and I'm going to do my best to finish early so Lisa can jump back on and finish up what she had to do. So I just wanted to talk. Lisa hit at a high level. She was probably going to go here, so I threw this slide in yesterday just in case. I want to reiterate that our vision is keeping Utah moving. Everything we do should focus on that, and we should focus our efforts every day on every project that we work on, whatever we do, towards keeping Utah moving. And the simplification of our mission statement, enhance quality of life through transportation, hits right at the core of everything that we should be doing. Trying to improve the quality of life in every different type of transportation that we work on, whether it be active transportation, mass transit, even drone transportation, and what we typically, and the majority of our focus, although it's changing over time, is vehicle and truck transportation. So I just wanted to put that back up. I don't think enough folks have seen yet the change in the title or the change in the mission statement, and that gives us a chance to review that, look at it, and hopefully put it to memory. So that's what we're going to talk about. So the rest of the talk is we talk about what our program is going to look like over the next year. I'm going to use our strategic direction dashboard to help explain what that program is going to look like. I threw up some fun concrete pictures here as I get to the link, but I'm going to use the link that I've got embedded here in the presentation and take you over to our strategic direction. This is the website that Lisa was also going to present from, so I'm going to skip past her, the information she was going to share, and I will share my piece. Udot, there are a few folks on the call. Most of them are from around Utah, I think, but there are a few from nationally. So just a quick explanation. Udot is made up of 4 regions. We have over 1,700 employees, $46 billion worth of assets, 500 snow plows. Those have been working fairly hard over the last week, finally, and we're grateful to get some snow. We've been kind of going through a little shortage lately, so it was good to see the trucks back out. I like to recreate, and I also like to take showers, so that's an important thing for me, is to make sure we're getting plenty of moisture and snow. Over almost 2,000 bridges that we have in the state that we maintain, and 48,000 public road miles. So that's kind of a high-level review of what Udot is. So let me come down and talk to you about our funding and our budget and where our money comes from. Our total budget at the department is just shy of $1.5 billion. And that's broken down into 6 different categories, the largest of which is our Transportation Investment Fund. Right there, I've highlighted. That's called our TIF, and many have heard of TIF. That 51% of that $1.5 billion is 764 and change million dollars, just change, right? $800,000 is not change, but for this presentation, that'll be kind of how I refer to it. So 51% of our total funding, it comes in through the TIF Transportation Investment Fund. 26%, or $383 million, comes from the Transportation Fund, and that is our gas tax, the state gas tax, generally speaking. And I'll go into a little more detail about what makes up that $383 million. We also, 21% of our fund is federal. Our federal funds, $315 million. That comes from the federal gas tax generally, and I'll review those in a second as well. There's also a new category this year called TTIF, or the Transit Transportation Investment Fund, which is a small fund that grows each year based on the amount of sales tax that we see, and I'll explain how that works. It's all indexed based on the gas tax. And Rural Transit and Aeronautics are the other 2 small funds that we have, and so I'll kind of explain those one at a time. So the Transportation Investment Fund, as I try to get it all on the screen, there we go. So it is made up 82% of that 700 is made up of sales tax revenues that come from the portion of sales tax that can be attributed. And if you look up over on the right, those numbers, and I have to move my little presenter screen here. Okay, so 17% of that, or 500 million, comes out of different apportionments and different pieces of legislation that total up different sales tax allocations towards the total amount. So if you add those up, we're talking just around 700, just under 700 million, 680 million dollars, I think, is about the number that comes from sales tax. But then also in 1997 and 2009, there were some registration increases that were approved, and those add also to the tune of $92 million to the TIF fund. Also brought over from the transportation fund is approximately $45 million that comes in to TIF. TIF is used on large capacity improvement projects. Those are the types of projects that it can be used on. And let me just show you exactly how that works. So I've had a lot of questions lately about, it seems that UDOT's program is slowing down. And I want to kind of talk to that right now for just a couple of seconds. It's not that we're slowing down, it's that we have accelerated in the past. And so we still have coming in, as always, the 700 million. We have that coming in every year. And in fact, this year, interestingly, with COVID and with the reduction in driving that a lot of folks did, that didn't slow down the sales tax. And the sales tax actually increased this year a little bit higher than they projected. And so our TIF fund is going to be slightly higher than we had projected in 2020 compared to 2021. So that's really good news. But 53% of that money goes towards paying for current projects, but 47% goes to pay off our bonds that we use and issued to accelerate projects. So our program is not slowing down in any way. However, just like each of us is, if we have a mortgage, or each of us, even if we have to pay rent, right, that has to come off the top before we have any flexibility in any of our spending. We have to take care of those required payments first, and that's the same thing with the department. So, on average, if our total is 740 million, about 375 needs to get paid towards paying off the bonds before we can pay for current projects. So that's how the TIF works. And I'm going to go kind of fast because I want to make sure there's time for Lisa, but at the same time, I don't want to gloss over anything. So please put any questions in the chat that you may have as I go along. So now let's jump and talk about the transportation fund. So transportation fund, the estimated revenue that goes into the transportation fund this year, 81% of that comes through the motor fuel and special fuel taxes. Every time you fuel at the pump, every time a semi truck fuels at the pump, you pay that gas tax. And so 81% of that transportation fund comes from that. 10% comes from motor vehicle registrations. So this is the base registration, not the increases that go over to the TIF. This is the original base registration fees. And then the other permits and fees that are charged through various entities, for instance, motor carriers, any oversized load permit fees. Those make up 9% of our funds. So if you look over here on the right of the screen, you can see how that all tallies up. Motor fuels and special fuels, motor fuels gas, special fuels diesel, our registration fees, and all the other incidental fees. So that actually adds up to 627.6 million. And but then we have to pay, or we have to divvy some of that back to the local cities and counties. And so that's this amount, less amount transferred to BNC. That's the gas tax that goes to the cities and counties. It's called the Bnc Fund. Many often may hear that, but that's a piece of funding that goes to each city so they can put that towards road improvements or to say snow operations or any type of maintenance. And that's restricted to that type of work. They can't use it anywhere they want in the city. It has to be put towards road work. And then other agencies, there is some money, and I'll show you that to you, that has to go to the tax commission to actually collect the gas taxes for us, and to highway patrol. And so I'll show you that here in the expenditures. And then we talked about the 45 million that gets transferred over to TIF out of the transportation fund to help build those large projects. So if I pull up the expenditures, you can see how this is broken down on where these go. The transportation fund estimated expenditures, you can see where this gets all broken out. We talked about the Bnc roads, and then this graph shows you how it's broken out as far as spending within the department. Highway system construction is the major one. This is where the majority, well, it's not a major one. Operations equipment is where the UDOT, the bulk of the UDOT funding goes towards our maintenance, our snow removal, and all of those operations that the maintenance folks do. Highway system construction goes towards contracted work that we will put out to the industry, like groups like you. And then I'll just talk really quickly. So that highway systems construction, the 20% over here, that 20% is broken down as demonstrated in the pie chart on the right. And you can see that 8% goes to bridge, 9% to traffic and safety for safety improvements, traffic management division, that's traffic signal, ATMS, those types of things, the ITS, and then low volume preservation. If you remember right, the 5% gas tax that was added a few years ago, that's this 22% that goes towards helping those low volume roads in the rural counties of the state. And then we also have to match, we have to pay for every federal dollar that comes in, we need to match that. And so we take off the top that match to make sure that we can take full use of the federal dollars. So let me now go talk about the federal fund. The highway federal funds, that's 20% of our total program. So UDOT keeps 79% of that. The locals, the cities and the counties, they get 21%. That goes through the Wasatch Front Regional Council and a couple of other entities. And so of that total, UDOT gets for its piece the 300. You can see the total over here, 93%. We have to match the federal funds at 7%. And so we can't spend a federal dollar unless we match. Hence, like I talked about in the previous screenshot there of the match that we have to make to do that. So I'll show you kind of how that works, how it's broken down. Down here in the bottom, hopefully you can read it. I can envision there are a few of you right now moving your chairs up a little bit closer to the screen so you can make out those dollar amounts. You're always welcome to go to our webpage. This is a live document and you can go pick those off. But of the federal dollar amounts, 202 million goes towards high volume roads, 42 to bridges, 25 and a quarter to safety, 43.5 to transportation solutions, 14 million to freight, 7.2 goes to planning and research, and that's a requirement that's in the federal code. And then we also put 2.8 million towards TAP funds, which are transportation alternative program or transportation alternative projects, i.e., generally speaking, active transportation projects. So that total $337.2 million is the amount of federal funds that we get. I'll talk TTIF. TTIF is a fairly complicated calculation on what that amount is. So I will try with this chart, but note that for all intents and purposes, the important thing you need to know is in this corner right over here, not the sales tax, $9.335 million is the amount of TTIF that it will be programmed this year. So TTIF is a fund that is established to be put towards transit projects. It comes out of the TIF, and it's an amount, I will try to highlight this right here for you. It's an amount equal to 35% of the indexed fuel tax to transit. So back in 2015, there was a gas tax increase. In 2019, we were allowed by legislation to benchmark and begin to increase the gas tax amount charged per gallon based on the consumer pricing index. And if I got that wrong, it's the CPI, okay? And if I missed one of those and made up one of those words to go along with the CPI, but I think it's this consumer pricing index. Anyway, so from that date, it benchmarks 29.4 cents per gallon, and that goes to state highways and the Bnc. Above that, above the 29.4, they've worked out some math to say 35% of that will go to the TIF fund, 35% goes to state highways, and 30% will go to the Bnc. So that's anything earned above and beyond the 29.4 cents per gallon after 2019. As it grows, that percentage can be attributed towards transit projects. That's kind of how that works. This year it's 9.3 million, and it's it's a highly sought after, because there's a lot of projects out there they want to do to try and improve transit. The key with that is it's a 40% match. So the local government entity who wants to propose and make that transit project work has to match at 40%, which is a significant match. It's intentionally made to be that way so that only projects of high value are proposed. You can see that this is the latest list of over multiple years of approved TTIP projects. Okay. All right. So quickly, rural transit. It's not a very significant portion of what we do, 12 million, but there is 12 million that goes towards bus facilities in small and urban rural areas. There's we pay for some planning out of that and help with enhanced mobility for seniors, and then there's some transit that we pay for that goes to the rural areas as well. So that this transit revenue, this transit stream, does not go to UTA or to any of the metropolitan transit agencies. This goes to the rural areas at 12 million. And then our aeronautics fund, we have just over just almost $8 million that comes in to pay for, well, it comes from aviation fuel taxes, aircraft registrations, some federal funds that we get. Dedicated credits come out of an account that is in place, that put in place by the legislature, and you can only pull a certain amount out of that. It's kind of like a well, they call it a restricted account, and it can be used for certain funding. So if you look at the dedicated credits this year, 413,009 or 413,900 comes out of that dedicated credit. So the expenditures, where that gets spent, some of that, and some of the folks on this call have probably done work at some of the rural airports. So aid to local airports is $2.2 million. Airport construction, that works also, and that is funding is available to any airport in the state. They have to compete for that like any other project. It's $3.7 million. $1 million of that money goes towards our airplane operations. We own a couple airplanes that we use to help the governor get around the state and other entities. One of the biggest users of that is the U of U Health clinic doctors, the hospital. We fly their doctors all over to get help under well, rural areas that have very limited access to healthcare, and so we fly the hospital, the staff, the doctors and staff out to try and give healthcare to those that have no other option to get to it. So that is our funding outlook. One of the big questions that I've been getting lately is UDOT going to slow any projects down? Are you going to have to delay any projects? There's many states across the country that are going to have to delay a project right now. As we see the funding forecast, We're not going to have to delay any projects. As I said, the TIF fund is actually a little bit up from what we anticipated. The transportation fund revenue is down slightly. For a big portion of the year, we were not seeing, we were seeing 60% volumes out on the roadway, and that equates directly towards a gas tax revenue, and so we were seeing those down. Just this last week, Carlos reported that our revenues for our gas taxes, or our traffic, is back up to pre-pandemic, pre-last March. So we're excited that those revenues should be back. There is a little bit of, we were notified that the federal government is going to give us in the neighborhood of $70 million of added federal highway funds to help offset some of the deficits that we see in those gas taxes. And so we're pleased that we seem to be able to have weathered the storm well here in Utah, and we don't see any delayed projects coming down the path. That wasn't what it looked like about a year ago. We were really concerned that we were going to have to delay some projects. We're grateful that's not going to be the case. So let me next go to what is our project delivery looking like right now. So I'm going to scroll down, and if you'll notice, this is a link that we have on our strategic directions called the Transportation Commission, and this is a presentation I give to them every month to give them an update on what our delivery status is on our projects. So this is a live dashboard. It'll be different right now than it was last night. This is not a canned presentation that I have for you, and so I know what the data means, and so we'll just interpret it as we go. So right now we have, as far as delivering our projects, we have 2 projects that are past due, and within the next 60 days we're going to advertise 11 projects, but we have 86 that are sitting just outside of 60 days, of a total of 620 projects that we are working on that have been approved by the Transportation Commission. This chart right here that I'm going to highlight, let's see if I can get you a highlight on these. So the current fiscal year advertising performance. So far this year, we've advertised 70 projects since July 1, totaling $1.2 billion. And the one thing that we are incredibly pleased about and grateful, and we want to commend our consultant partners as well as our Udot staff. We're 95% on time for our projects this year. That's a higher number than in a normal year. And so despite COVID, despite working from home, trying to design our projects and deliver them, we're doing better this year than we have historically. That's great news. Other states, I was on a phone call with another state back in June, I think it was June, and the state had mentioned that they were delaying over 40% of their projects, that they were slowing down. Now that would have a terrible impact to our construction community and the ability for them to continue to work, as well as to allow that money to be in the economy and work, and for people to have jobs. And so when they said they were delaying over 40% of the projects, I was shocked, and Carlos happened to be on the call at the same time. I texted him and I said, boy, you know, if that was the case in Utah, I don't think I would have a job. And Carlos's text back was, I think you're right. So we are super happy, and I can't be any more excited about how well we are doing this year. And I'm going to talk about now how that translates to not just advertising our projects, but delivering our projects on time. So I'm going to go past this chart. This chart represents what we've advertised since the 1st of last month. So we've advertised $80 million worth of projects since the 1st of last month. So that would be since the 1st of July. And this chart resets every month once we go to commission meeting. Our status, and you can see that this will load for us. There we go. So this is the status of our advertising. A green bar means that a project was advertised on time or early. A red means that it hasn't advertised and it's late, and you'll notice that's the 2 that we talked about earlier. And then the blue are projects that are yet to advertise. You can see that we still have several projects ready to advertise. in January, February, March, and April, and even into May. So we still have a big chunk of our program yet to advertise for the year, but they are coming. Those projects are being worked on carefully by the regions to be able to get those delivered. We'll scroll down and let you know. So right now we have just about 182 projects under contract with the contracting community. So that's not our high. 187 was our high for the last year, but we have 182 today. Our project teams will close a project, we'll advertise and add a project anytime we issue NTP. So this number will change all the time. But it hovers right there around that 185. But you'll notice that we were clear down to 143 last January. So our projects are on track to be delivered to the contractors. They're out in the contracting world's hands so that we can continue to deliver our promised program. Right now, as of today, of those 182 projects, we've paid out 1.5 billion on those contracts, and yet to pay on those contracts is about 1.1 billion dollars. That's a smaller amount, but you'll notice this is partly because you'll notice that this, well, you probably won't notice, I'll explain, I guess, that as we just finished up, say, Tech Corridor, that project hasn't closed yet. A big portion of that money right here has already been paid. There's very little yet to pay out on that. So when Tech Corridor closes out officially, that'll change and drop off. We advertised and we issued contracts for the West Davis Corridor recently. This big jump right here is the addition of the West Davis Corridor formally to the program. So you can see how that changes. And then this chart that I'm going to show you right now is our contractor payments. This is how much we've paid out on contracts by month for the last several years. And you can see that this year we have actually been paying more out to our contractors than we have historically. That's a great sign. If you look at the math and just do the math, we'll look at December, $85 million that we paid out to our contractors in December, usually a very slow month, but you can do the math, and that's what, $2.5 million, nearly $3 million a day that we're paying out to contractors, even in December, which is generally a year that we don't do. So now I'm going to jump back really quick because what you really wanted to know, and I know you're going to be getting ready to do take a screenshot of this screen, but remember, Brian said that he was going to record this, and so you can come get it. But I know that what you want to see is the upcoming concrete projects, and so we've put together this list. I want to thank Bill for gathering all this data. So these are the projects that we're planning on in Region 1 over the next couple of years. So in 2022, we're expecting a reconstruction project out on SR 108 out on the west side of the valley there. Also a concrete repair in 2022 on I-84. A concrete repair and a grind on Washington Boulevard. And if you'll notice that those three projects planned in 2023 are all on Washington Boulevard and SR 235, which is the extension of Washington Boulevard up by 5 points. So that's what's coming in Region 1. Region 2, we're planning a project, a concrete repair just south of the airport on Bangor Highway. A concrete repair on Redwood Road there from 104th to 90th. And in 2023 up on US 40, a concrete repair with a grind, and you'll notice that there's a matching project in Region 3 that same year. 2024 US 40 from I to 248. So they're going to break that in Region 2 into two different projects to keep them manageable and spread that over 2 years. And then also in 24 Redwood Road from 90th to 66, they'll also do another concrete repair with a grind. 2022 in Region 3, there's an intersection down there at Expressway Lane in US 6 that is currently white top. They're going to convert that to a PCCP intersection. The matching project, the US 40 Wasatch County line to end of concrete, that's the matching to the Region, project, the Region 2 project there. And in 2023, some They're going to also convert some white topping to PCCP down on US 89 there in southern Provo. And then in 23, I-15 there south of Nephi, from south of Nephi to the end of the PCC, they have a concrete repair with a grind. And for the first time in many years, we have a concrete project coming in Region 4 down in the Richfield area, Richfield Main Street, as well as a piece of I-70 there to the west of Richfield. So that said, that's what I have prepared. I want to thank Brad, Brian, Cody, and Bill for putting together the this workshop and the opportunity to keep that. We find great value, and particularly Udot and Udot employees of staying up to date and staying current. And I want to thank them for all of their efforts. This is no small task to put on this. It may seem like it is with it's just online and it's just virtual, but a lot of work's gone on behind the scenes, and I want to thank them for their efforts to keep this workshop going. So with that said, I will stop presenting and turn the time back to Brian.
Looks like we do have a couple of questions. So Lisa and Chris, if y'all want to unmute, we'll ask a couple of questions. The first one was, how is UDOT working with the state in regards to the Olympic bid? So that's our first question.
I was hoping Lisa would jump back on and answer that. It's interesting, about a year ago or 2 years ago, we were involved in putting together some of the basic needs that we would have if we were to host that again. And so as the bid committee is working on whether or not they're going to do that, they involve us as they have questions, as they have needs. At this point, it's an as requested information we'll provide. We don't have an office of 5 people that are working on putting together a bid though. So we're just working in coordination with them as they ask us questions. Lisa, do you know more than that?
Nope. That's really where it's at. It's pretty early in the process, and once we know what the, if we were lucky enough to get the Olympics, we would definitely be ready to react with the project delivery.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. One more question. Does UDOT have a web source to see renderings of construction projects, such as what is going on the 9000 South on I-15?
Lisa and I are both being open to the person will answer that question. So we don't have a specific website that has all of those on it. So each project, our major projects, do have websites up where you can go get live maps and renderings and that. I don't know if 90th South has a website. Lisa, do you remember?
I don't know if 90th South does. I know there's some really cool information on the 5600 West project with the 3D modeling. They used to have some pretty cool renderings and information on that website.
I can't see who asked that question. If you want to just reach out to me personally, just email me at chrispeterson@utah.gov, and I'll have the project manager get in touch with you, and they'll be able to provide the info for you.
All right, we'll do one more. I think we've got time for just one more. The others that if we don't have time to get to those, keep asking those questions, and we can email those to Chris and Lisa and have them respond. But the last question for y'all would be, does UDOT have a plan in place and ready to go with funding and infrastructure projects when the prison moves to the new location?
So we have been working with DFCM on the prison relocation. We know that there is one road that will become a UDOT road that connects from I-80 out to the prison. And we also have been working with Point of the Mountain Commission on the plan for the redevelopment of the current prison location. And we do have some ideas and plans for roadway connections through there as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, we very much appreciate y'all's participation today. And again, if you have additional questions for either Lisa or Chris, just type those into the question box and we'll send those to them to have them answered via email. Thank y'all again. Okay, I have the honor of introducing our next speaker. It's going to be Brian Schmidt with the Portland Cement Association. Before I do that, though, I did want to just mention to the group that recently the National Concrete Association and the Portland Cement Association signed a memorandum of understanding that established an alliance, and that allows both organizations to be more efficient with our administrative operations, and it gives the organizations the ability to be more kind of strategically focused on those areas of governmental advocacy and promotion, and it helps us utilize our funding from our membership more effectively. So we're really excited about the opportunities that alliance between NRMCA and PCA will leverage, and we encourage y'all to check out our respective websites for more information about the cement and the ready-mix concrete industries. So our next discussion will be kind of an industry economic outlook, and again, that's going to be Brian Schmidt, who's a regional economist with the Portland Cement Association. Brian graduated from Carthage College in 2009. With a degree in political science and economics in 2019, he earned an MBA from the Lake Forest Graduate School of Management. In 2011, he joined the Portland Cement Association's Market Intelligence team. He was initially responsible for reporting on the structure of the cement industry, writing annual reports on cement plant energy usage and labor productivity. His job responsibilities shifted towards industry advocacy and work on regulatory matters and climate change policy. And then in 2018, he was promoted to regional economist and is now responsible for forecasting and analysis of the Pacific and the mountain regions of the US. And Brian and his wife and son live in Palatine, Illinois. So Brian, welcome. And I will hand control over to you.
Sounds good.
All right, we're seeing your screen.
Oh, good. Everybody can see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks, Brian. So today I'm going to be focusing on three key areas.
How are you? Good. Hey, I've got a dumb question for you.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to be focusing on three key areas: some recent macroeconomic data, impacts of COVID-19, and then I'll go through the construction and cement outlook by each sector, and then talk about some longer term considerations about and what they might mean for concrete pavement potential. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So in terms of the economic outlook, over the past year, it's really been dominated by talk about the coronavirus. And here you can see this is confirmed coronavirus cases per capita. You can see Utah and the US are sort of moving kind of in alignment, and then Utah, in terms of a per capita basis, took off a little bit more, a little bit higher than the total US. And for forecasting purposes, we really look to the IHME. They project coronavirus cases and deaths by day, going out for the next several months. And according to them, both the US and Utah have both peaked in terms of daily cases and will continue to slow, especially with the rollout of the vaccine, even though it's a little bit slower than some people had hoped. Now, earlier on when we were forecasting the coronavirus, the impact on the economy, we were really looking towards the shutdowns, what they might do in terms of economic growth, and then even like at first some people didn't even know if construction itself would be exempt, and in most markets it turned out it was. There was a few exceptions, but really as this has gone on, we're really looking to the consumer, in terms of their behavior. You know, they make up 70% of the economy, and they can really vote with their feet. So that if they're apprehensive about going to the gym or seeing a movie or going on vacation, that really puts a damper on economic growth and will really shape what the recovery looks like. You know, based on consumer behavior, you know, investment will follow suit based on what they're seeing in the market, and it'll translate throughout all, you know, sections of the economy. And when we first started going into shutdowns in March, there was kind of talk about how the coronavirus was almost like a natural disaster. You know, the economy was going really hot, and then all of a sudden in March we had to close everything down. And in a lot of ways, there's a lot of truth to that. But the longer this really rolls on, the longer, you know, the more scarring we're going to see in terms of damage to the economy. You know, all of a sudden, if we get a vaccine, things could conceivably go back to normal and pretty quickly. But we're really going to see some damage done to the real economy in terms of restaurants and retail losing, basically, you know, putting a dent in a year's worth of revenue, and then the share of, you know, especially small businesses that are going from temporary closures to permanent closures, and the joblessness and the shifting around in the economy that will have some lingering effects, even if we do snap back, you know, this year. Now, really, if you look at the employment over the past year, it's really like nothing we've ever seen in American history, even on a monthly basis in the trough in April of all the layoffs. Even if you were to graph that out next to the Great Depression, it would still be just a pale in comparison. You know, some analysts at first were predicting about 25% unemployment. You know, it was really nowhere close to that. And we have seen some job gains quite strong over the summer months, but those have sort of dissipated. And we actually saw $100,000 jobs shed in December, and we're actually predicting that the job losses will continue in the first quarter. And consumer confidence has sort of started to level out since then, and we'll get into some actual more metrics about that going forward. And this last point is this is a survey done. It's actually a daily survey. It's an index done by Moody's and CNN. It's called the Back to Normal Index, and it's based on a few different, about like 37 different high frequency things, ranging from home price to consumer confidence, seated dining, vehicle miles traveled, which I'm actually going to get into a little bit later. And you can see on the U.S. it was down about 40% from what we'd normally expect. Now it's about 18% as people are getting a little bit more comfortable. They're, you know a little bit more about the virus. You know, back in the early days, it's not quite as scary. And Utah is actually, if you look at it, it's fared better in every single cycle than the U.S. And that's kind of an interesting theme that we're going to see kind of reappear, that Utahns are kind of like a little bit more optimistic in general than the U.S. It's kind of an interesting theme. Now, in terms of the monetary and fiscal response to the coronavirus, has actually been one of the points of optimism. You see the federal funds rate just in unprecedented lows. The Federal Reserve really cut rates in response to coronavirus, very extreme. And we're not really expecting to see any rate increase this year, and only the potential for very mild rate increases next year. And you see the inflation really isn't a concern. So one of the things that helps our industry is on the housing side. It really gives support for some of the markets that are even in kind of what you could almost call crisis levels in terms of affordability. It's really sheltering those quite a bit, and it'll really give some steam to the housing market going forward with such unprecedentedly cheap rates. Now, looking at the employment recovery itself, this is the graph on the left is basically 2 months, the trough in April, like just all the jobs that were shed just in that 2-month period. You see that Nevada, which is obviously has a high exposure to leisure and travel and gambling, that kind of thing, they lost about 33% of their total jobs, which is compared to the U.S. average of about 16%. And then this graph on the right you see is the percent of employment recovered. So it's December from that April trough. And you really see Utah has actually performed the most, followed by Idaho in second place. It's real like economic powerhouses, which makes sense, whereas other states have lagged. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Utah is a fairly diverse economy. It really doesn't have an exposure or reliance upon leisure and hospitality the way that, say, Nevada does, or even some of the surrounding states. And the same is true with when you look at oil and agricultural exposure and manufacturing. Wyoming, New Mexico, they're so reliant upon oil that they were going strong in terms of concrete consumption going into the pandemic, but they've really been hit hard in recent months just due to their oil exposure. But like I said, Utah really doesn't have those concerns, even though there's a little bit of oil, but I mean, it's a much more diverse economy. Now, in terms of the regional employment trends over the past 20 years, Utah has outperformed the US in terms of job gains and economic growth over the past 20 years. And you just look at some of these counties, like averaging about 5.4% economic growth over the past 20 years, which is really unheard of. And it's actually the top performing county in the whole US. Now from here, what the actual recovery is going to look like. Now, a few months back, when there was uncertainty as to the vaccine, if we were even going to have one this year, we were sort of looking at, I'm sure you've all heard this, the alphabets of recovery. We sort of ruled out early on that the recovery would be a V-shape, that we really wouldn't bounce back that strong. There's too much like scarring to the underlying economy for that to happen. So the best case would really be like a U-shaped recovery. So it's a fairly deep recession followed by a period of like slower growth. And it really rides upon the assumption that there'll be some federal support, which we've already seen. But a lot of that underlying the rationale was that the virus would sort of slowly dissipate, and that the fear was that it could go back into a sort of a double dip recession with a W shape. We're not necessarily calling for a W, although some of our fears about the virus returning have come true, but there's been a few different rounds of support with some, the Biden administration signaling that there'll be another round of support, perhaps next month or March. So the W shape also is sort of unlikely. I know earlier this fall we released 3 different scenarios: a U, W, and vaccine scenario. And our latest, the national forecast, and the state ones will be released next week, but it's sort of a hybrid of all of those things. And this is sort of our base case of the shape of the recovery going forward. The first quarter we see as being bleak, just the winter months, the virus cases at an all-time high. Some of the colder states have to shut down their indoor dining. So we expect job losses to continue into March, for each month into March. The vaccine distribution, we originally anticipated, it's probably slightly optimistic. It's looking more likely that it'll be towards the end of the third quarter that all people wanting the vaccines will get it. The rollout's been a little bit slower than we had hoped. Now we assume that a lot of the Biden administration initiatives like infrastructure, tax reform, they won't really materialize this year. So we really haven't incorporated those into the forecast. Instead, we've put a placeholder of about $260 billion of a 10-year program that starts in 2023. So we won't really see anything on the infrastructure side, federally supported until the sort of the back end of the forecast. And a recovery in commercial construction is really not expected until 2023. And I'll get into some of the reasons of that when we go through sector by sector. Now, in terms of the election outcome impact on construction, we now know that Democrats control the White House. They have a slim majority in both houses with tie-breaking power in the 50-50 split Senate. There's increased likelihood that state and local governments will get some sort of assistance in the newest package coming out. If you recall, the $900 billion package at the last minute actually didn't include any relief for state and local governments. There's a prospect, like I said, of an infrastructure package. We're actually going to talk about that in the last segment, what that will look like and how likely that will be. And then on the downside, there's an increased potential for climate change regulation, which would affect the manufacturing sector, and in particular, cement and concrete. Now, for a second, just sort of forget about coronavirus and the election and the economy and going south. If you look at what we've done is longer term studies on how much long-term concrete consumption is linked to demographics versus economic growth. What we've really seen is about 3/4 of concrete consumption is really tied to just demographic growth, just people moving in or higher birth rates, and the other quarter is economic growth. So if you look at this region, but in particular Utah, it's really healthy in terms of population growth, and that's really good for concrete's long-term prospects. So for total cement consumption for Utah, we see in 2020 there was tremendous growth, over 16%. It should end 2020 and with over 16% growth. We do see a little bit of a retrenchment next year, just given, if you look at cement intensities, so cement consumed per $1 million of construction, even though construction was up, cement was up a lot more, and that's just not really sustainable in terms of like a longer term trend. So we do expect some negative growth next year, but it's still a healthy market. And then towards the out years, it kind of gets back to the longer term trend of growth. And this is actually one of the few states that are past their 2005 peak. It's really, you don't really see that in many states. So now onto the residential sector. We see housing permits, both single and multifamily. This is sort of a trend we've seen. I mean, obviously housing's been taking off lately. There was a little bit of a retrenchment. We see this in a lot of states in April, May, maybe even into June, but really since then, like housing's been on fire. And another common theme you see is single family construction being up while multifamily is down. And there's actually a few underlying reasons for that, which I'll talk about in a second. Now, I mentioned earlier there's some affordability concerns in the region. You see markets like Denver, Seattle, San Jose, you know, some of them are even approaching like levels that they've never really been at before in terms of the home price to household income ratio. And this actually can ironically help Utah because a lot of people have been fleeing some of these higher, you know, high price states and high tax states and coming into Utah. So it's really benefited their market. Now, I mentioned that a lot of these metro regions are almost to crisis levels in terms of affordability and housing shortages. But if you take a look at the past 15 years, even though the new home prices have increased quite a bit, they're really being shielded by these really unprecedentedly low mortgage rates. And so if you look at it, some of the affordability is actually ironically less than they were, you know, say the past cyclical peak just because of these low interest rates. Now, another reason why it tends to favor single family construction over multifamily is a lot of the job losses have been weighted towards the lower end of the wage spectrum. You see a lot of hourly workers have lost their jobs right away due to the coronavirus. Well, while some of the more you know, white collar jobs could work from home, they were less affected. So this also tends to favor single family. And this is still kind of early and anecdotal, but there's been some signs that people are starting to prefer single family construction. You know, if work from home really starts taking off, people might want a home office, they might want a yard, they're kind of sick of the cities. So we're seeing some reports of that just through, you know, real estate agents, that kind of thing, trade groups. But if there were to be a 10% compositional shift in multifamily to single family construction, it would mean roughly 60,000 metric tons of cement annually in the mountain region and about 115,000 tons in Pacific. So this would be, you know, a good thing for concrete if it were really to, you know, take off. Okay, so in terms of our forecast for residential construction, we see positive growth next year, although albeit a little bit slower than the rate we've seen this past year. And then in the out years, it kind of keeps going on trend. And again, this is actually higher than it was during the past peak in 2006, 2005 housing boom. Okay, now onto the commercial and non-residential construction. This is one of the areas that we're most pessimistic about for multiple reasons. So there's been some longer term trends, which I'm sure everyone is aware, moving away from brick and mortar retail onto more like e-retail, which favors you know, warehouses over physical retail locations. There's been trends of e-learning and work from home, and all of these have really just been exacerbated by the coronavirus, kind of in ironic ways. But these are really have long-term effects, which will negatively impact several commercial markets. You know, increased vacancy rates, net operating income declines, banks tighten lending standards. All this really is, and plus just small business closures and scarring will, increase vacancy rates too. So that really, it's going to take a long road to recovery. Based on our own analysis and some stuff by Moody's, it's saying it's really not likely to really turn a corner until about 2023. And if some of these trends do take hold long term, they could even sort of erode just the whole market in general and longer term. Now, I've isolated office, hotel, and retail that have really been sort of the most adversely impacted by the coronavirus. And so what this graph is a share of their total importance to the total cement market. So you see in some states, Colorado's quite high, California, and this really gives kind of like their adverse exposure in those commercial markets. You see Utah's about middle of the pack. Now, Utah is one of the few states that have a double-digit gains in non-residential construction. It's actually, for most states, it's kind of the opposite. They're usually down double digits. But there's been driven by some industrial and lodging projects like the Hyatt Regency, Salt Lake City, that kind of broke ground. So a lot of those kind of showing up in the spending levels of that. We do expect that to taper off, but in general, Utah's pretty good, a lot better than most states in terms of their non-residential construction. But if you were to actually parse this out, the retail and office do remain sort of depressed. Now, our total non-residential construction outlook, like I said, it fares better than most states, but we do expect negative growth next year, followed by sort of a flat market in 2022, and then just sort of tepid growth in the out years of the forecast horizon. Now onto our public outlook. What this map shows is the percent decline in general fund tax revenue from pre-COVID levels. So this is looking at the 2021 general fund revenues. It's about 12.3% lower than pre-COVID levels. And obviously states that are more exposed to oil and tourism, like Nevada, Wyoming, North Dakota, New Mexico, those kind of states are hit the hardest. But they actually had some of the bigger rainy day funds just because of their oil revenue, so it's kind of balances out a little bit. But you see, with a diversified economy and just healthy growth for Utah, it's in a lot better shape than most states. And just in general, going into COVID, states had a lot more padding and rainy day funding than they did going into the Great Recession. They sort of learned their lessons fiscally to some degree, but this doesn't mean that they're not going to be facing some big challenges in terms of public funding and infrastructure, which I'll get into. Now, states have been increasingly less reliant on federal funding for infrastructure. The federal gas tax hasn't been raised since 1991. So in real dollars, it's actually been shrinking. There's some talk lately about raising the gas tax, but that's pretty speculative. It's pretty politically unpopular to do that. But so states have really been taking the brunt of it and taking the burden, raising the gas tax themselves. So you see this as a state-weighted gas tax. So they've really been taking ownership of that. But the bad thing is with them being in fiscal, perils, then one of the first things well, actually, let me get into this first. We saw really an unprecedented pullback in vehicle miles traveled, which obviously funds the gas tax and funds infrastructure. And it's really one of the few key things targeted exclusively to infrastructure spending, which is why we're pretty concerned about that and have a pretty close eye on it. It's pretty across the board. Most states, about 40% drop in April 2022 compared to April 2019. Now, these trends have reversed a little bit. This is specific to Utah. This is based on Google mobility data. So this is tracking movements, people going to workplaces, and also retail and recreation. And you see a lot of the work from home, driving to workplaces, in the peak of it fell about 46%. It's recovered somewhat since then. Retail and recreation kind of snapped back a little bit more quickly, but since then, since the cases have been sort of on the rise, there's been a little bit of a pullback in terms of even retail and recreation travel. And so even though they are coming back to somewhat normal levels, it's still very depressed in terms of a percent basis for the gas tax. Another funding mechanism is obviously sales tax, and so states with a higher proportion of tax collection based on sales tax are at higher risk. So you see states like Nevada, which are already hard hit by their exposure to leisure and travel, and then Washington, Hawaii. You see Utah's about in the middle of the pack for that too. So in terms of public construction spending in Utah, it's been about flat in 2020. And this is something that we do expect to continue. We don't see any huge erosion just because of Utah's fiscal health. Some of the projections earlier on are actually more pessimistic than they turned out to be. And they haven't been as hard hit as a lot of their other states. And you see the highway spending is about the same. So this is our public cement outlook for Utah. We do expect a little bit of retrenchment next year. It won't be quite as strong growth as this year. We do expect a little bit of negative growth, and then sort of just a kind of a tepid growth more in the out years. And again, a lot of this is dealing with intensities too. So some of the infrastructure projects lately have been a little bit more cement intensive than longer term trends, and that sort of plays into it too, not just COVID. So now on to some longer term considerations and what they might mean for concrete pavement potential. And I'm going to start optimistic, and then with each successive slide, it gets a little bit more murky and pessimistic, but in the end, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. So you'll see what I mean. Now, the Biden administration has released a plan for infrastructure spending, which is it's a tremendous amount of dollar value. So it's $2 trillion over the next 4 years. And a lot of it's traditional things that you'd expect, like highways, but it's pretty heavy emphasis on like repair and maintenance. And it's a lot of things like low carbon research and technology, broadband internet, just green things in general, which aren't very cement or concrete intensive. But just given the huge dollar amount, it would be, if it actually were to pass, it would be a huge boon to the industry. But so how we got these numbers is the Biden administration released some plans, and then the House passed an infrastructure package last year. So we sort of did like a hybrid of, this is kind of the base case that we'd see if the Biden administration were to roll out an infrastructure plan. But the downside is that just with given large federal debt levels and also other competing initiatives, and just the fact that the Democrats only have a tie-breaking ability in the Senate, and also some moderate Democratic senators might not want to go along with something this large, it's very unlikely to pass in its current form. And like I said, the debt levels just, I mean, they were already, to the extreme before coronavirus, but if you think about the TARP relief package passed after the Great Recession, it was about $700 billion. Now we see one of those kind of packages almost every month or every few months. And now we're talking about trillions of dollars. So this is really has the potential to take some steam out of future infrastructure packages for any administration. So not only that, looking at the total sort of dollar amount of these bills is sort of misrepresentative of them. So once they actually get distributed to the state and local level, a lot of these cash-strapped states have other budget concerns. They have entitlement spending to deal with. So if you look at the safety lieu one, only about 69% of that was actually spent targeted towards infrastructure. And then when like after the Great Recession, when states were really strapped for cash, only about 12% of that, at least at first, really actually went to infrastructure and pavement projects. That's another thing to keep in mind. And also just the timing of it all. Even if it does pass, it takes months for the Congress to settle on a deal. Then there's federal and state paperwork. Then just that, I'm sure everybody knows the bid letting process, and then contract awards, and coming up with all the plans and engineering. So by the time it hits the ground, it's really like months after what we've been after it's been passed that we actually see it show up in the marketplace. And this kind of gives a good idea. Is the initial consumption might be sort of disappointing. Everybody thinks right after it passes that we're going to start seeing tons show up, but cubic yards. But it really this kind of gives a good idea of the distribution schedule. If it were to be a $500 billion passing each successive year, and it really takes about 5 years for everything to sort of hit. And so it's sort of a mixed bag. There's certainly plenty of infrastructure potential from the federal level, but there's a lot of, for a variety of reasons. It's hard to take the dollar value at face value. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thanks, Brian. We appreciate your information on this. Looks like we do have one question so far. Others, feel free to type in your questions. This question says, where do you see major building materials going in terms of supply and price, like steel, rebar, wood, concrete, and cement?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's actually, we track competing materials, we have a competitive materials report, and we look at market shares, particularly like lumber's been kind of eating away at concrete in the mid-rise market, like 4 to 7 stories. And so usually we tend to like cheer on if lumber's goes, if lumber prices increase, because you can see a measurable share increase in concrete. But we've seen lumber prices really skyrocket over the past 9 months or so, and that actually ironically threatens to take some steam off the housing market. Now it's come down a little bit from there, and we do expect it to taper off a little bit, but we do see lumber being higher. I think the issue with concrete and steel in general I think the biggest threat to like a price push would be some sort of climate change initiative, which could have the potential to increase commodity prices.
Great, thank you. Here's one other question. What's your take on where you see sustainability and low carbon concrete with the new administration?
Yeah, that's actually at PCA we have a round of calls about everything from cement to clinker to construction and concrete, about ways to reduce like our carbon footprint, because we do see this coming up. And it's one of the scariest things is it's actually popping up like county to county. There's a county, I think Marin County in California, where they've already imposed this really draconian like low carbon concrete standard. And for us, that's kind of one of the scarier things, that they could start popping up on the state and local level, and they're really like a lot less thought out than they would be on the federal level. But I do think it's a threat. There's already been some legislation proposed in the House, which would be like a cap and trade scheme. But I think the Biden administration's somewhat moderate. I think we'll have a seat at the table in terms of being able to talk about reasonable levels, but I do think that that's a threat oncoming.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other questions popping up there. Thanks again for your presentation. Very interesting and some great data there for all of us.
Yeah, thank you.
To being able to go back and review that again.
Yeah, I can send you, or I guess you already do have the deck, but yeah, feel free to distribute that too if you want to the group.
Great, thank you. Brian Killingsworth, you want to give away another gift card?
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian Schmidt. I appreciate your presentation and all the started again, and we will be starting and talking over the next 90 minutes about concrete testing and performance mixtures. I know the two presenters very well, and not only do I consider them work colleagues, but friends. They are Peter Taylor, who is the director of the National Concrete Pavement Technology Center, and Gordon Smith, who's the associate director. So let me just introduce those two to you. So Peter is the director. He's involved in conducting projects and programs investigating materials related aspects of concrete pavements. He also spends time helping agencies and contractors implement best practices in concrete pavement design, construction, and maintenance. His research is focused on developing mixtures that are engineered to meet the requirements of the environment that they will be used in. He's a professional engineer registered in Illinois and active in a number of professional societies. Gordon recently joined the Concrete Pavement Technology Center as associate director. He began his career in concrete pavements with an Iowa contractor for 14 years, followed by 31 years of service to the Iowa Concrete Pavement or Paving Association and the Iowa Ready Mixed Concrete Association. Gordon received a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from Iowa State University in 1975. He has a wealth of firsthand knowledge in concrete pavement design, specifications, construction, and maintenance, complemented by a strong background in concrete materials. His leadership has helped to guide both local and national advancements in the area of concrete overlays, early opening of concrete pavements to traffic, performance engineered mixtures, and concrete pavement preservation, to mention a few. Gentlemen, I will pass control to you.
Great, thanks very much, Brian, and thank you to the Utah Ready Mix for the opportunity to talk a little bit about performance monitoring, concrete testing, and the philosophy behind the Performance Engineered Mixtures program. So we got 90 minutes. I can ramble forever on this topic. I'm pretty excited about it. So at some stage, Gordon is going to tell me to sit down and be quiet and take over and take this thing home. So let's start at a fairly high level. What's concrete? Well, depends who you ask. I did a survey among some of the people that I interact with daily who are not engineers. And some of the answers I got were, it's one of the planet's largest CO2 sources. Well, yes, it is, but in many respects, that's because concrete is one of the most abundantly used products in the planet. Now, one of our earlier speakers alluded to the fact that there is quite a lot of work going on to reduce that impact, both in terms of the processing and in the mix proportioning that we do. So yeah, that's true, but it's a fact of life is that we use a lot of concrete because we need to. The artists that I spoke to said, yeah, it's ugly, it's gray, it's big, immovable blocks. And again, we can turn that around and turn that into a positive, is that if we put down a section of concrete, we can expect it to last for a really long time. And from an owner's point of view, that's altogether a good thing. Structural engineers will be quite happy as long as the concrete they get is gray, cracked, and hard. And that's also true, but from a pavement's point of view, in some structural applications, we need to know a little bit more and to be able to predict a little bit more, particularly in pavements. Strength doesn't matter a whole hell of a lot. How long is it going to survive under traffic, under de-icing salts? Those are the things that really matter. For some suppliers, concrete's the stuff that makes their trucks dirty, but they still make money out of it. Indeed, that is true. And again, it's our careers. Everybody on this call today, without concrete, we'd be out of a job or doing something completely different. And again, so it's good for us to be excited and passionate about this material that makes civilization go around. Chris and Lisa alluded to earlier, that's without a solid infrastructure, our civilization, our states cannot survive. And this photograph is taken from Iowa long ago. It felt like we were driving in this over the last few days. The city I live in had 11 inches of snow overnight. Getting into the office the next day was a lot like this. Very slow, very slippy, and kind of dangerous. And so, again, without the ability to provide a safe, firm, with sufficient friction to keep us on the road, infrastructure and transport gets to be tough. And without it, infrastructure and transport, civilization crumbles very, very quickly. The other things that we can talk about when we talk about concrete, it's versatile. We can use it from pavements, through dams, through really pretty bridges. Both of those structures in the photographs are structures in South Africa, where I grew up. I was actually involved in the dam on the left. The interesting part about that structure was that the water is incredibly soft, and we had to go to fairly extraordinary lengths to protect it from being eaten away. The bridge on the right is one of the highest and best places to go bungee jumping. So if any of you are adventure crazy, give me a shout and I'll tell you where to go. It's also beautiful. Again, the versatility is that we can go from these massive, strong, tall structures to having enough detail to identify and pick out the microstructure of a leaf. And so again, that range of applications is again what makes this product so unique and so much fun to work with. So the next question we want to ask ourselves is, what is good concrete? And again, it depends who you speak to, but from the contractor's point of view, good concrete is stuff that we can work with easily. And that's why typically when a ready-mix truck arrives on a construction site, the first thing the foreman says is add 10 gallons, because he's trying to protect his labor's backs, and he wants it to be more workable than, or as workable as they can possibly get it. Structural engineers, again, I'll pick on them with abandon, because you can't yell at me and you can't throw anything at me. They worry about strength. And yes, it does have to be strong enough to carry the loads of the system that we're building. From the owner point of view, concrete should last certainly as long as the design life, if not double that. And I know California is talking about a 100-year pavement, and we think we can deliver it. So again, long lasting is a large part of defining what makes good concrete. And always in a world of competition and low bid and other material seeking for our agency's attention, it has to be cost effective. It's all very well if we could build the perfect system, but we couldn't pay for it. So these are all the things that we have to be juggling when we think about how do we make concrete that's really effective. The other question I get a lot when I'm diving into this topic is, I've been doing this for 40 years. Why do you have to come along and change our lives, make us miserable? And, you know, again, typically engineers hate change. I'm one of those, and I can relate. But we do have to change, because the environment we're exposing our concrete to is changing. We're putting down way more aggressive salts. We're trying to get traffic onto it far faster. We're also dealing with different materials. Is that long ago, we used to have 4 ingredients in our mixtures. Now we can have 7, 8, 9. And sometimes our specifications don't seem to be able to accommodate these changes. The other thing that I've noticed in my consulting world was that many specifications are built around previous failures. You know, something goes wrong and the engineer on record has a bad time, so they go back and they change something in the specification to make sure that that failure doesn't happen again. The bad news, though, is that often those changes incur some sort of unintended consequences. So by fixing one thing, you may be setting up another problem. And so you come along next year and you patch that. And in the end, you end up with these layers of patches, and you've lost touch with what the fundamental thing that you were trying to deal with is. Also, you know, many of our specifications are built on a prescriptive approach, which limits innovation. It limits the way that contractors and material suppliers can supply and implement some of the new technologies and thoughts that are happening. And again, for those of us that hate change, what I would suggest is, you know, you don't want to be using a 40-year phone. You know, this device is 2 years old and it's already starting to get a little bit out of date. And like, you know, concrete is moving, it's changing. The technology, the tools that we have to measure it are growing. And so we need to be able to adopt all of these things. The other thing that we need to pay attention to is the risk of premature failure. The chart on the right-hand side of your screen is a set of data that we collect for a series of pavements built over a 30, 40-year time span. And we basically plotted the pavement condition index, which is the vertical axis. It was basically a number that indicates how well the pavement is doing. These are for overlays. On the right, on the bottom axis, we plotted time. And you can see there's the orange cloud and the blue cloud. And if you take all of these data and put them together and draw an average line through it, this is the gray line. And so this system would predict that we would on average get 25 years of life out of our overlays, which isn't bad, but it's also not great. And when I had one of my students staring at this, and he came to me very concerned that there's these two very clearly different sets of data. There's the orange cloud, which in my eyes are performing fairly well, the normal set. And then we have the blue cloud, which are the pavements that are not performing quite so well. And they're headed towards premature failure. Something went wrong. Now, again, I'm a lab rat, I'm a theoretician. If I don't like the data, I delete it, right? So if I delete the blue data, redraw that average performance curve, all of a sudden it's coming out and telling us we can get 45 years out of our pavements. Now, yeah, it's all very well to delete the data we don't like, but the point I'm trying to make here is that if we can get rid of our premature failures by paying more attention up front, by catching the problem children before they get paid for, or before they're, if we can get them out of the way very early on, or do remedial work on them very early on, then if we're doubling the life of our pavement at almost no extra cost, and all the DOT people in the audience are going, yes, I can do that. If we're providing a system that's lasting longer, they'll be more than happy to come back to us to buy another one. And so, this idea of monitoring things early on to get rid of these premature failures, to me, is not a trivial exercise, both in terms of the work we have to do and the benefits that we get out of it. I've already alluded to this. The other issue with change, long ago, 40, 50 years ago, concrete was a lot simpler. We had fewer ingredients in it. We asked less of it. You could take several weeks and lay down a pavement, wait for it to cure, finish up the earthworks, the striping, the shoulders, and before you put traffic on it. Now we're doing replacement works. So we're in the heart of a downtown of a big city. We may only be shutting down overnight, and we've got to get in, rip out the old stuff, put in the new stuff, have it ready to put traffic onto it before 6 a.m. And so again, we're demanding an awful lot more out of our systems. Our de-icing in the past was sand or regular table salt. Now we're doing all sorts of fun, exotic, and exciting chemistries, and they are a lot more aggressive. All of these extra chemicals are far more aggressive on our concrete. Now, I'm not suggesting we need to change the way we do our salting. I have young, late teenage children driving, and I'm more than happy for the road to be perfectly dry so that they get to stay on the road. And so we have to build better concrete to survive the more aggressive environment that we're putting on them. Design life used to be 20 years, now it's 50 years. We're asking a lot more. The knowledge base used to be in-house at the DOTs. Now the policy is that generally we're contracting out that expertise. We have to do a far better job with our education. So we need a better specification. The way we've done it in the past was okay, but I think we can do better. And the philosophy we took in trying to address this issue of how do we write a better specification is, well, what does really matter? And then when do we measure these things? And maybe we don't need to measure every property coming out of the back of every truck. And I'll talk about, let's do it here. The process we've been talking about is that get in the lab during the winter and do a lot of testing. Understand your mixtures, understand the variability. If you have a change in fly ash supply, or if you have to change something out, what is it going to do to your system? Then come construction time, the contractor has got a really good handle on process control. And acceptance in many ways becomes a lot cheaper and easier, because all the agency has to prove to themselves is the concrete that's coming out of the back of this truck is close to the stuff that we liked in the lab. So we don't need to test everything, just the things that indicate the factors that may have changed, the influences that may have happened during batching, transport, processing, and placing. And so, in a way, we may be front loading the testing, but the final acceptance testing may actually be reduced and way more cost effective. All right, this is a slide I stole from Paul Jaworski, and I've modified it a little just to make it better. But thinking through the process, how do we develop a mixture that's going to last for a long time? The first question is, where's it going to go? What's it going to be exposed to? You know, the environment in Utah is totally different from the environment in southern Nevada. And so the concrete we need to supply may be significantly different. The things they worry about down on the hot, dry states, you don't worry about at all. Likewise, you know, you are completely fussed about air void systems and de-icing salts. They don't put them on the pavement. It's not an issue for them. So think about, what do I really need out of this system? What is the target performance? And broken that down into workability, durability, and strength. Then we think about what are the levers that we can pull to achieve that performance? The gradation, the paste volume, the cementitious system, the amount of paste in this system, the water cement ratio, what admixtures are we putting into it? Then we turn to the batching, the stuff that you do, getting these ingredients into the truck, making sure it's well mixed, making sure that it's uniform truck to truck, and have we put enough time into it? Have you put enough energy into it? Have we developed the air void system that we really want? Aggregates are in various states of moisture. Have we accommodated that in our batching system? Then we take it from the batch plant, we haul it to the point of delivery. What is that transportation doing to the system? If it's a ready-mix truck and it's still agitating, what is that doing to the system? What about time on a hot, dry day compared to a cold, wet day? Do we need to add anything to that system before we unload it? Are we delivering the same stuff truck to truck to truck? Because that's what the contractor is desperate for, particularly paving contractors. Then we have the placement issue. We unload it and somebody moves it around to get it into exactly the right place. Conveyor belts, pumps, cranes, we vibrate it. We worry about bleeding and segregation, losing the air void system, moving water around. And so the whole pavement, the whole placement exercise can have a fairly significant effect on the long-term performance of the system. And then finally, the finishing, putting that surface on it. For industrial floors, high polish. For pavements, getting some texture onto it. Then we cure it, we saw it, and finally we wait for the calendar to roll around and we hand it over to the agency and hope we get paid. And to facilitate that payment system, it's a good idea to measure the concrete at several different stages. One, after we've done the design, getting in the lab and measuring the things that we need to measure to know, yes, it's going to meet the specification. I believe we need to measure as it's unloaded from the truck, because again, there's functionally a change of ownership, is that the ready-mix operator has filled his truck, transported it, unloaded it, we're done. Anything after this, the contractor is screwing it up. So we need to know what the properties are at this stage to know that the ready-mix guy is going to get paid. And that's a good thing. Then at the end of the day, the agency or the owner needs to know, I'm getting what I paid for, and the contractor needs to know I'm going to get paid for what I delivered. So again, measuring, comparing against the specification right at the end of the day is a critical part of a quality system. So let's look at each of these stages. Why do we measure in the lab? Well, to answer these questions. Are we complying with the specification? Is the workability appropriate for the construction system? If we're slip-form paving or pumping to a bridge deck, we need completely different workability systems. And again, can we achieve uniformity? How sensitive is the mixture to segregation, which is a little test we run to measure that potential risk of segregation. So we need to understand workability, bleeding, segregation, air void system, potential durability, and of course, strength. And some of the properties that we can fool with to assess them. Now, the ones that are highlighted in red are methodologies we don't have in everyday practice, and we don't actually have good test methods for all of these in place right at the moment. At the point of delivery, is the mixture what was ordered? Is it the same as the last truck? Do we have to phone and bite someone? And the photograph here is a site I was on a couple of years ago. You can see very clearly, this truck was fairly sloppy. This truck was fairly dry. You don't need a fancy test to tell something changed. And indeed, asking around on this site, it was because the first couple of loads looked like this, and the site foreman phoned up the batch plant and bit the operator's head off. And finally, the mixture they wanted started to be delivered. So again, workability, the air void system, water cement ratio. It's all very well to add 10 gallons to every truck as it comes in, but what is that doing to the long-term performance of the mixture? Is there a way to measure this to ensure that everybody is playing the game the way they should be? And then finally, again, at acceptance, what the owner wants to know is it what I specified? Is the structure what I specified? You know, in this case, the mixture may have been okay, but over vibration, leaky forms has led to all sorts of problems. And as an owner, if you're looking for an author-shutter finish, I wouldn't be very happy with that. So again, we need to keep an eye on strength, resistivity, all the durability related issues, as well as the consolidation, dimensional, surface quality issues that we need to measure before we actually pay and walk away from the structure. Now, many of these factors are already addressed in this program called the Performance Engineered Mixtures Program. We gathered together experts, and again, this started life as a pavement-focused activity, but we believe that the fundamental thought process is still valid for structural, bridge decks, other applications. And the experts argued for 4 days over a period of a year, and we finally agreed that there were 6 critical properties that really mattered for pavement concrete. The ability to resist aggressive liquids getting into our concrete. Where is this important? Everywhere in the USA. Aggregate stability, ASR, decracking, because they can have a profound effect on the long-term service of our concrete. Where does it matter? Everywhere in the USA. Strength. This one we're actually playing down a little bit because we're very used to measuring strength, and in fact we pay bonuses on strength, and that I'm trying to actually discourage, because if you get way too much strength, it's again one of those unintended consequences. Yeah, we need some strength, but we need durability more. Now, if we're getting good durability, strength will often come along for the ride. And that's been the philosophy in Iowa. They specify and they control on durability, and they don't even measure strength because it's more than enough for what they need for the average pavement. Cold weather states like Utah, like Iowa, we need to worry about what is the de-icing salts doing to the system, what is the snow and the ice and the freeze-thaw cycles doing to our system. So that one is limited to northern states. Shrinkage is an issue in dry locations. Like I said, Nevada, that's the one that keeps them awake at night. And then workability was an interesting one because it's not actually a factor on long-term performance. But what we did discover is that if the workability is wrong, the contractors typically don't stop and fix it. They fight with it. And we've had a few occasions where the air has been beaten out of the concrete. And so it's an indirect effect on the long-term performance of all the other properties. So we left it in there. Is that up front, we need to know that the workability is going to be appropriate for the construction system. And again, as we start to apply this, to take it from beyond just the point of delivery, we do need to understand and thinking about bleeding and segregation. And we don't have good test methods for these issues. So let's look at each of these properties in a little bit more detail. Transport, otherwise known as permeability. We need to keep aggressive liquids out of our concrete. The photograph is taken on Bourbon Street, downtown New Orleans. I listened to a very interesting presentation by one of the people who worked for the city talking about the fact that they had to replace their concrete pavements on Bourbon Street. Why? Because concrete is eaten, it is sensitive to bodily fluids and alcohol. And the nature of Bourbon Street is that there is an awful lot of alcohol and bodily fluids spilt on this pavement. And so they've had to pay attention to providing fairly high-grade concrete. The loads are very low, but the aggressive environment is pretty severe. So it's not just freeze-thaw. You know, we do have to worry about what is going to be spilled on this pavement. Aggregate stability, Again, we'll talk about this in a little bit more detail in each one of these slides. For us in cold places, we need to worry about strength, shrinkage, workability. I've already been through most of this. So let's take each of these in turn. Workability, if it's too dry, we get tearing. And that's going to be a conduit for aggressive solutions to get into the heart of the concrete, to attack the concrete and any steel that's inside there. If it's too wet, we get edge slump, and so we lose ride. And both of those are bad. We've got to be like Cinderella, just right, not too wet, not too dry. We've used the slump test of this forever. It's more than 100 years old. It's a great test for uniformity, and it doesn't tell us anything else. It's cheap, it's fast, it's familiar, we all know how to do it. The problem is that the error on that test is about 1 inch. And if you're specifying a 1 inch slump, plus or minus 1 inch, the potential for error is actually pretty big. It also doesn't give us any information about how the mixture responds to vibration. So the message we're putting out is that it's a great test for quality control. It's something the contractor should be doing just to, again, reassure themselves that every truck is the same as the last one. But if you actually want to know beforehand in the lab that a mixture is going to be suitable for slip-form paving, we've got 2 new tests available to us. One is the V. Kelly. It's a test we developed at Iowa State. Basically, it's a Kelly ball, and we've bolted a fixed speed vibrator onto it with a small head. And we measure how quickly the ball sinks into the concrete when the vibrator is running. And this gives us a direct correlation to how the mixture is going to perform when it's inside the paver. We've got 2 things we're looking for. One is that when the vibrator is running and the concrete is inside the paver, we want it to almost be soup. We want it to flow to the edges, we want to fill up the forms, and we want to get a nice layer of mortar on the surface so we've got a good finish on it, ready to be finished. When the paver moves on, we want that concrete to stand up straight. We don't want edge slump. We don't want it being too sloppy like that previous photograph. And that is a property called thixotropy. And this test can give us some clues as to how a mixture performs when it's being vibrated and when the vibrator stops. It's a little bit slower, it's a little bit clunky. I'm working with some manufacturers to make this a lot more user-friendly for the field, and we're hoping to make it into a version that you can do before if you're using a flatbed truck, you can test it before it's even dumped out of the truck. But for the moment, it's a great pre-qualification test. Fooling in the lab, you can identify this mixture is going to work. It's going to respond to vibration. This is good stuff. Because again, you can have mixture that with different slumps that perform completely differently under vibration. And this is a gap that's been open for many, many years. So we're pretty excited about the potential to address that question with this test method. An alternative test is called the box test, developed by Tyler Lay out of Oklahoma State. Basically, you fill up a box with concrete, you run a vibrator for 6 seconds, you immediately strip the forms off, and you look at whether or not there's edge slump, you look at for the condition of the faces to see if there are any voids. It's a little bit more subjective. It doesn't give you any real numbers, but it is quick and dirty, and it gives you very similar information to the V. Kelly test. What if it's bad? Well, the first thing you can do is look at the gradation of your aggregates. The gradation has a strong impact on how a mixture responds to vibration. Tyler's work has shown that if you're with the tarantula curve, you're in that sweet spot. It responds nicely to vibration. It stands up straight when the vibration ends. What we are learning is that it's great for pavement mixtures. The airfields industry is telling us that it's a little over-sanded. And so, we're hoping to get some funding through FAA to get a project going to see if we can develop an alternative to the tarantula curve. And I think that the big issue is that if you're building an 18-inch slab, it performs very differently from a 6-inch slab. And that's where the root of that issue is. Increase your paste content. If you haven't got enough workability, you can fool with your admixtures, you can fool with the type of cementitious materials. And we've got a good handle of the levers that you can pull to get the workability you need without compromising all of the mechanical properties. One of the things, and I know this gets me in trouble every time I speak to a ready mix audience, but we are discouraging the use of adding water. And this photograph is a fairly typical example. This slab, the inspector took this photo because he was a little worried about it. Sure enough, we came back 6 months later. Because a whole bunch of water had been added, particularly on the surface, this slab did not survive the first winter. It had to be removed and replaced. Again, the biggest issues with adding water is watch your water cement ratio, because that is the fundamental thing that controls all the performance characteristics of the mix. And also we have seen that adding water will tend to exacerbate air void clustering. And so, yeah, I know reality is that we have to add water. The science is do what you can to avoid it if you can. That's my recommendation. All right, the aggregate side of the story. We didn't go into a lot of detail. There's two very good documents out there, AASHTO R80, ASTM C1778. It's complicated. You probably already know where your good and bad aggregates are, but if you're opening up a new quarry, getting a new source, follow the process that's provided in these documents. They will help you to be reasonably assured that the aggregates that you're buying are not going to look like a mud pan after a few years. Decracking, again, not an issue in Utah, so I'll skip over it very quickly. Shrinkage, also not too much of an issue in your point of view, but the reason we put it in there is that it does influence cracking risk. Here's a photograph of a pavement that has warped pretty severely. You can see the joints are showing up because every slab is the shape of a saucer. The ride on that pavement was awful. And the cracking risk, because you're getting these impacts and the lack of support under the joints, was pretty bad. And in fact, here is a corner joint right there due to this issue. How do you deal with it? Well, the quick and dirty way to deal with shrinkage is reduce the amount of paste in the mixture. This is going to get me in trouble. Traditional thinking is that adding more cement gives you more strength. At a fixed water cement ratio, that is not true. And that's why we are encouraging effective aggregate selection. Means you can reduce the amount of paste in your mixture without compromising mechanical performance and reducing shrinkage. And so it's the best of all worlds. There are shrinkage tests. You can do the mortar bar test. You can do the ring test. Those are expensive. The data is pretty noisy. If you want to do it, yeah, sure. But the easy way is keep your paste volume less than 25%. You should be in pretty good place. So the other things you can do, check the clay content, consider internal curing, consider shrinkage reducing admixtures. Again, for bridge decks, where we're trying to walk a very delicate line of fairly thin sections in a structural system, exposed to the weather, exposed to temperature extremes, both top and bottom, bridge deck cracking is a real nightmare. We have found that internal curing has been very effective and cutting that cracking risk down. We built a bridge deck, a bridge in Ohio, and there were no cracks after the first 2 years. I'm pretty proud of that and strongly recommending, think about that one. Shrinkage reducing admixtures also work really well. Sometimes they can be a little cost challenging, but they are effective. All right, the big kahuna in the conversation, keeping the water out of your pavement. Why? Because water carries aggressive solutions to it. Freeze-thaw damage happens in saturated concrete. And that's why I have this photograph. It's not a pavement, but you can see this concrete is exactly the same composition as this concrete. And yet the damage is only occurring under the downspout. Why? This concrete gets to dry out. This concrete doesn't. So saturated concrete is at far higher risk of freeze-thaw damage. So again, keeping the water out buys us time. When do we measure it? Pre-qualification, quality control. It's also useful for an acceptance test, because if someone has added 10, push the water cement ratio too high, this test will pick it up in a sample taken at the point of delivery. and so it can pick up construction-related activities. The easy test is the surface resistivity. Take a cylinder, 4x8, throw it in a bucket with a fixed salt solution, keep it there for about a week, test it, put it back in the bucket. You can test it 7 days, 21 days, 28 days, 56 days, and you can actually develop a curve. And so you can start to predict, if I'm at this number at 3 days, I know I'm going to hit that 28-day target. I know I'm going to get paid my bonus. We're all good. It's repeatable. It's quick and easy. Mississippi is telling us they're saving $1 million a year on testing costs by going to this method as opposed to the rapid chloride. We can talk about formation factor, and anybody wants to have a discussion about that. It's an approach to taking data from their resistivity and fine-tuning it for different mixtures. But as long as you're doing consistent curing in a fixed salt solution, it provides really useful information, quick, dirty, easy, repeatable, reliable, and you can put in your pass-fail, your acceptance criteria based on this test without too much headache. What if it's bad? Look at your water cement ratio. Was water added to the truck? Have you specified the right water cement ratio? Supplementary cementing materials will also have a strong effect on fluid transport. And those are the levers you can pull to control it. All right, cold weather. 2 different issues. The one that we're all used to, freezing and thawing due to saturated concrete. The solution is air, and we've known this forever. The new one that's coming to bite us are the de-icing salts. The calcium chloride, the mag chloride will come and eat us because those chloride solutions react with calcium hydroxide to form a wonderful compound called calcium oxychloride, which expands and damages the concrete. And so we have this distress. It's below the surface. We didn't know it was there until we went in to have a look at some cracking, and hey presto, all sorts of trouble. The catch with testing the air void system is that the regular air part only tells us about the total air. It doesn't tell us about the bubble size distribution. That was okay in years gone past because we all use the same admixture. Now with a plethora of different admixtures available on the market, that relationship between bubble size and total air content is no longer valid. And so we have to use a more appropriate test that tells us about the bubble size distribution. The super air meter costs a little bit more, takes a little bit longer, but once again, once your technicians get proficient, we were in a meeting last week where several states reported that once their technicians got used to the process, they found that they could churn these out very efficiently. And the correlation between super air meter number and freeze thaw distress, all fail, all pass, all pass, all fail, and not much in between, is a fairly useful set of information. What we have found personally, in fact, one of my meetings this week is to fight with one of my students because he's been running the test badly and producing meaningless results. It is a little bit more delicate. You have to make sure the equipment is well maintained, that it's not leaking. You do have to train your operators on how to do it. But once you've done that training, you're good to go. When do we run this test? At all stages, pre-qualification, QC, and some states are starting to adopt it as an acceptance test. What if it's bad? Well, if you're in the middle of a paving day, revisit your air and training admixture. If you've got time, go back in the lab and look for these other interactions. All right, now we come to the oxychloride thing. A reaction between calcium hydroxide and the de-icing salts. It expands more than ice, 100 times more than ice, sorry, 10 times more than ice. It only forms just above 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Larry Sutter was the guy that first managed to identify this in practical terms, is that he stored samples at 40 degrees and got this muffin top reaction occurring. And here it is in the field. So calcium chloride is also hygroscopic, is that it gets into the joint and it doesn't wash away very easily. It doesn't crystallize. Calcium chloride, if you leave crystals of calcium chloride out in the lab, they will suck water out of the air and dissolve themselves. So it increases saturation as well as going through this very aggressive chemical reaction. Prevention, enough supplementary cementing materials in your mixture. How much do you need? If you don't know, put in more. Jason Weiss's recommendation is if you really want to be safe in the 30, 35, 40%, we can run a fancy chemical test to actually measure it for your cements and your fly ashes or slags or whatever it is that you've got. If you need some tests run, let me know. We have the equipment. We can tell you with the materials that you have how much fly ash you need to put into the system to make it work. It's a pre-qualification test. It's when you're choosing your materials, you need to identify with this fly ash, this cement, how much do we put in place, and we can help you with that. There is a longer term expansive base test, but again, that takes several months to do properly, but it's a whole lot cheaper to run than this beast. If it's bad, again, review your supplementary SCM type and dosage, but you're not going to know it's bad for several years. So, by the time you start to figure out that you have a problem, the contract's long over, the contractor is long gone. So let's catch it up front before we start setting ourselves up for a problem. Strength, yeah. Everybody knows how to do strength. We use it for pre-qualification. We use it for acceptance. I don't need to teach you how to suck eggs. All right, so I've rambled on. I've talked about a whole bunch of extra expensive, fancy testing. This is going to cost us a whole bunch more money. Yeah, but it's still cheaper than replacing a single slab. So the cost of preventative actions to make sure that what we're delivering is good is far cheaper than any errors that we can make. And again, we've tried to set the system up is that these tests, you don't need to run all of them all the time. Yes, we're front loading the pre-qualification stage, but your acceptance testing is far less. Are we going to have to make fancy concrete to comply with these tests? Not really. We've been making really good concrete for years. We just need to make sure that we keep on delivering them. And if we have a change in materials or environment, that we may have to up our game a little bit, but it's not a huge problem. So again, testing at the right time, a fairly long list, but implied in all of this is that with these tests, we can calibrate the performance of our mixtures so we know the early age performance. That means we can test later on in real life concrete at 3-7 days and know that we're going to get our 28-day bonus. It also means we can make corrections at 3 days instead of waiting for the 28-day and then all hell breaking loose and you have to have a meeting. All right, the contractor needs to keep an eye on how things are developing. And there's some other tests like unit weight, calorimetry, maturity, avoid stability, which the agency shouldn't be watching, but the contractor should be watching. It's a far shorter list, but they are critical for the contractor being able to pay attention and to fine-tune their system and their processes and their mixtures, again, to make sure they're going to get those bonuses and that we're delivering really high-performance concrete at the end of the day. The testing for acceptance is pretty short. Workability, air void system, strength, and transport. Those are all fairly quick, easy, repeatable, reliable test methods. And so again, the acceptance testing burden is significantly reduced. All right, so we've got the testing done. How do we deliver concrete that's going to do this? Well, choose what you want. I talked about this earlier. Are you making sidewall concrete, or are you making fancy high-performance concrete, or are you making pavements for cold weather? The requirements for each of these are different, even though they're built out of fundamentally the same materials. Proportioning is the black art of choosing how much of each of these ingredients, and we can add in fibers, we can add in admixtures to make sure that we're delivering the performance that we need. The philosophy we've adopted is you've got two fundamental groupings within the mixture. You've got the filler, the aggregates. They're chemically nominally non-reactive, primarily controlled by the gradation. And then we've got the glue, the stuff that holds it all together. And do you want Gorilla Glue or do you want kindergarten glue? And we also want to sort out how much glue. We need enough paste inside the system to fill up all of the voids between the aggregate. We also need a little bit of extra glue to make sure there's a bit of space between those aggregate particles. One, so that we can glue them together at the end of the day. And two, to ensure that we've got workability so that the contractor is not adding 10, is that we're delivering concrete with the right workability at the right time. And increasing the paste content will help with that workability. The other catch with this whole game and traditional proportioning tools is that ACI 211 is a linear process, a 13-step, do this, do this, do this, do this, you're done. The problem being is that the moment that you change any given thing, it's a bit like solving a Rubik's Cube. Everything else changes. And so our process needs to be iterative so that if we change one thing, what's happening in all the other things we can accommodate. All right, so now we've got the performance parameters we're excited about, the 6 critical parameters. We've got the tools, the levers that we can pull to change all of these things. And when you plot the two together, it's kind of intriguing. Paste quantity, cement content, has some effect on workability. I just said that. No effect on transport strength, cold weather, and aggregate stability. Has a strong effect on shrinkage. Wait, what? It doesn't affect strength? Absolutely. I've got nobody believed me when I started to say this. I had to push a PhD through the American system, and now I've got hard data published that says at a fixed water cement ratio, adding cement doesn't help strength. Yes, I know it's heresy, but it's truth. Aggregate system affects workability. It affects aggregate stability. The things that control the parameters we're really worried about are the quality of the glue, the air void system, the water cement ratio, the supplementary cementitious type and dose. Those are the things we have to write into the specification and control. So paste quality, again, we're trying to move beyond just gray, cracked, and hard. We have to choose the type of cement and the type of supplementaries that you're going to use. You have to choose the water cement ratio. For pavements, we're recommending 0.38 to 0.42. For bridge decks, trying to balance out that cracking risk, you may want to be at about a 0.45 number. You need a great air void system, either a 0.2 number in the SAM or 5% in place. And for me, the other part I've added in here is that air void system has to be stable. It has to survive hauling, pumping, handling, and vibration without getting beaten out. All right. Then on the aggregate side, you want a good gradation. And I believe that a tarantula curve is a pretty good way to go. And then there's the paste content. How much paste do we want to put in? You need enough, as I said, to fill in the voids and provide a little bit of extra space between the aggregate particles. Too much has a small negative effect on strength, has a strong negative effect on permeability, shrinkage, cost, heat of hydration. The optimum depends on aggregate type, gradation, binder type. So any specification that says thou shalt have 564 pounds of cement, it used to work. But now, in an age of trying to reduce the carbon footprint of our mixtures, in an age where we have admixtures, we're in an age where we can control aggregate gradation, we can get down to fairly low numbers and not compromise the mechanical properties that we're looking for at the same time, reducing our environmental impact, saving money, and reducing the risk of cracking. Typically, depending on the type of aggregate system you've got, that ratio, 100% is just enough to fill the voids. You need to increase it by about an extra half, is where I am right now. If you're having fibers in the mix, you may need a little bit more. How do you do these calculations? We've developed a spreadsheet that you input your aggregates that you've got. It will optimize it, get it as close as it can to the center of the tarantula curve. Go in the lab and measure the voids between that aggregate system. Type in your water cement ratio, your binder type, your fly ash dosage, your target air content, and that number with the voids of aggregate. It will do 10,000 calculations and come out and tell you your pounds per cubic yard for an optimized mix, for want of a better name. And it seems to be working. Wisconsin is specifying this. I live very close to Wisconsin. I haven't had a contractor try to shoot me yet, and for that I'm relieved. It seems to be providing them. In fact, we had one contractor say, having spent some time with this program, having refined it for his own use, he's saving an awful lot of money because the specification allows them to reduce their binder content if they're running this program. And so they're leaving out cement. And I know the cement salesmen in the audience are pulling their hair out, but we're getting better concrete at lower environmental impact. The agency is coming back to buy more concrete because they're getting good, reliable stuff at lower cost. You still have to do trial batches. You still have to get your admixture dosages right. You still have to ensure that you're getting all the mechanical properties that you're looking for. Does it work? Yes, it does. This is out of Pennsylvania. Contractor in the fall was paving. This is what his concrete looked like. He and I spent the winter going backwards and forwards, emailing, number crunching, fooling around with his mixture. We took out 40 pounds of cement. This is his paving the next spring. Far better finish, and yet a lower cost concrete, and still hitting his strength, permeability, air void system targets. It does work if you pay attention. So at the end of the day, the things that we still need, real-time tools to measure water content. We need to be able to measure bleed and segregation for the concrete as it's being delivered. We don't have these tools right at the minute. We need guidance. What happens if I add water? What happens if I add water reducing admixture? How high can I push my boom if I'm going to be pumping? What about vibration? We're starting to understand increasing the frequency of your vibrator is extremely bad news. Don't do it. Rather, let's increase the amplitude of the vibrator. It has far less negative effects. We've got a paper that's been submitted to ACI. Hopefully it'll be published soon, reporting some hard data. Increasing your frequency because you've got a bad mix is really bad for your concrete. Don't do it. And so as we understand all of these things, we can start to write specifications that are based on science, not rules of thumb. Measure the right things at the right time. That's a lot of stuff I've dumped on you. And so now I'm going to hand over the control or the voice. Brian, I'll keep driving the slides, but I'll let Gordon pick up telling us, we've been doing this for a few years. Does it work and what's our process? Carry on, Gordon.
Thank you, Peter. Really looking forward to sharing with you a little bit of the process that we've gone through in making this happen in a number of states around the country. It's been an enjoyable experience. We've learned a lot, and it's something that doesn't happen overnight by any means. But let me just share with you a little bit of how this has all come about. The conversation about what Peter has talked of probably started back shortly after the turn of this century, and in the early 2000s, and by 2005 and 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there through the National Concrete Consortium, there were a number of states that were identifying some durability issues that they really felt that they needed to address. Actually, much of it was up in the upper parts of the country where we have a lot of freeze thaw. We know that it was somewhat related to that. It was related to the deterioration of joints that might have been part of the de-icing aspect. But we also knew that in other parts of the country, we were fighting for issues with shrinkage and strength and some of the other things that we might be looking at that Peter has described so well. So what happened in 2018, we were able to start what's called a transportation pooled fund study through the Federal Highway Administration. There were 19 states around the country that you can see there in the map that are participating in this fund, in this research fund, and also the things that we're trying to help them with. One of the real benefits of this pooled fund study, and it's somewhat unusual with pooled fund studies. Usually the pooled fund study includes federal highway money and also would include state DOT money. In this case, as part of the industry, and I was part of the industry at that time, we were really recognizing that the industry needed to be at the table. Our cement industry, our contractors, our ready mix industry all needed to be a part of this. So what we did is we established the pooled fund. It was approximately going to be $3 million over a 5-year period. $1 million was coming from Federal Highway Administration, $1 million from the state DOTs combined, and the industry through the Portland Cement Association, the Ready Mix Association, and some of the state paving associations, and ACPA, or American Concrete Pavement Association. We all came together to put up from industry another $1 million to get this going. It was a partnership that needed to happen. If we were going to make it succeed, we would have to have all parties working together. It wasn't something that the state could decide on and necessarily pass on, because there's a lot of the responsibility in some of these tests that Peter discussed that really become something that the contractor needs to be tuned into. So it was a 5-year contract. We're just now beginning year 4, and things are moving along, maybe not as quickly as we had hoped, but probably what we would have expected. So task 1 was in the area of implementation, and that's the part that the CP Tech Center has worked on a lot with the states, providing technical assistance, specification reviews, looking at their specs from year to year to see what changes they're making that might be related to PEM, encouraging the states to do shadow testing, and also data collection, because one of the things that we needed to have in working with the industry was to make sure that industry is comfortable with the test, that they feel that the data that's coming out of those tests is reasonable and is reliable. So we have to do a lot of work back and forth with each other on those types of things. We're also doing monitoring of the projects as they're built, collecting data about each of the projects. And in addition, one of our consultants is doing some work with the long-term pavement performance information that's out there. That was a big Highway Research Board or TRB project a number of years ago, where we were looking at different types of pavements and how they were performing. A lot of those materials that were used in those pavements have been stockpiled, and we have access to some of those materials and are actually recreating some of the mixes that were used on the projects to see how they would measure up in our new tests and new calculations. Also, we have our group of consultants and academia who are working on the test methods that Peter talked about. You saw that. It would mean, like the transport, the thermodynamics, the water movement, the water content, and constructability or workability. And then finally, through that 5-year time, we're seeing refinements in those tests. Peter talked a little bit about some of the refinements for the V. Kelly, and we've had some changes in the SAM meter to try and refine that a little bit and make it a little bit more confident for the user. So go ahead, Peter, slide. Our team on this project has included the Federal Highway Administration, which is Gina Ahlstrom, Mike Prohl, and Robert Conway. They've been working with us on all of our work. The researchers were Dr. Jason Weiss, Dr. Tyler Lay. Jason's from Oregon State University, and Tyler is from Oklahoma State University. We have consultants, Dr. Tom Van Dam with NCE Consultants, and Cecil Jones, used to be with the South Carolina DOT, now has a firm called Diversified Engineering Services. And then, of course, Dr. Taylor, myself, and Jared Gross with Snyder and Associates, who is one of the consultants that's helping in the administration of the contracts. Well, we've asked and tracked somewhat the implementation progress, and it's kind of an interesting little chart that shows us the different aspects that Peter talked about: transport, freeze thaw, oxychloride, aggregate strength, shrinkage, workability. it's kind of interesting to just look at that for a minute and see how many people thought it was a problem, but even more importantly, about how many people that really hadn't thought about it. And that's part of what this whole project was, is to get people to think about what might be going on with these pavements, or how we could be better assured that the pavement that we built is going to perform with the characteristics that we designed it for. There are some states, as you can see in that third column, that already have a spec in place to address some of those issues. The ones that I think really jump out at us the most would be the aggregates. The optimized aggregate is becoming quite popular. I think everybody's realizing that we needed to do that. I know here in Iowa, when I was working with the industry, we really recognized that at the time that the super pave came along in the asphalt world, because they had to be more selective then about what aggregates they were using. Oftentimes, some of the aggregate gradation that they were demanding or needing for their mixes would be taken out of what was typically some of the concrete aggregate, and we had some gap graded issues that really caused us some durability problems for a few years until we got a good handle on that and started to do the optimization. Peter mentioned strength. Everybody's still pretty focused on that, although Iowa and a couple of other states now, they watch the strength, but it is not an acceptance criteria. And I know we've done that in Iowa without strength that way for a number of years and have really not had any problems with it. We know if we get the right mixes, the right materials, that they will perform. There are some of the topics, as you can see, that there's interest in. Specifically, as I mentioned, freeze thaw pops up pretty quickly. Then also the number of states that are looking at considering some changes in some of these specs. This takes some time. We've got to build that confidence level with the industry and with the agencies to really fully implement this. And you can see there are some states that have already adopted some change in these characteristics, durability characteristics. But I think that as we move through this construction season and the next, and I'll have a couple of slides that might attest to that a little bit, that we're definitely going to see some more movement in that. It's interesting too that we've had a couple of the states. We have 19 states now. When we started out, there were about, I believe it was 14, and there's several states that have come on. Most recently was the state of Maine, who doesn't do a lot of paving, but they do a lot of concrete and structures, and they wanted to get plugged in here to see what was going on with this technology. So what are the states doing? Iowa has been pretty active in this, part of it because we're sitting here encouraging it, but they've had 5 PEM projects. It's interesting that they had a shadow project with federal highways. The Federal Highway Administration actually put up some additional money over and above the $1 million that they first committed to do some demonstration projects if the states would use the test methods and if they would make a report on that. There are 9 states that have participated in that, and Iowa was one of the first. We did that one project. A contractor, one of our major contractors, built that project, became familiar with the test, and he actually, or that contracting agent or company, has actually gone on to build 4 other projects, asking the state if they could use the PEM test so they can better become familiar with it. And because they were able to actually, as you see, reduce their cement content on some of their projects, one a 45 pound per cubic yard reduction, another 34 pound per cubic yard. But if you're talking about miles of pavement, that does relate to some money, and the state has been very good to work with them on that to allow the contractor to benefit from that. There's a lot of agency and industry support for the resistivity test here. We're working on that, seeing how that can help us, because it doesn't respond to some of the concerns we've had about joint deterioration. And we're also expanding our typical QC requirements, again, recognizing that there's going to be more responsibility in today's world from the contractor and the materials producers probably than there was in the past. We all are seeing that. with the changes in staff and those types of things that are coming. But that other table is just a list of the projects. You can see some of the ranges in the water cement ratio and the resistivity on those projects that we've done. Okay. Interesting quote from the contractor on the Iowa projects, and this was a picture. We had an open house on the first PEM project that we did, and the contractor sent us a note afterwards and commented to the effect that after dropping 45 pounds per cubic yard of cement out of our QMC mix, that's what they call them here, and performing the box test, we were astonished and actually paid a considerable quantity with the PEM adjusted mix for very good results. The intent originally was just to do a kind of a test section type of thing, but they have continued to do that. They're looking at that box test or V. Kelly as a good pre-qualification test to tell them how that concrete that they designed the mix for is going to actually perform with the paver. And that's a big thing if you're a contractor. Some other states, North Carolina has had a very active situation down there with their PEM project they've done. They've got another one that's planned. Dr. Tara Cavallini with UNC is working with us and with the DOT on a lot of that. She's done some great things down there, helping North Carolina better understand where they need to go with it. They found that the box test is useful in mixed development and has potential to be added to the spec in North Carolina here within the next year or two. The SAM has been incorporated into the QC for the contractor, but it does, as Peter mentioned, there's a lot of training that's involved in that. We need to be sure that we get that training out for people to use that are going to be doing the test. They hope to do more SAM shadow testing and will be considering the use in the future within a specification. They found that resistivity is easy to use. They've equipped some of their state labs with the resistivity, and UNC is studying their 28-day correlation of that. Each of the projects that have been done under the showcase for Federal Highway Administration required that the state make a report and submit that report back to Federal Highways. Those reports are actually found on the PEM tab on the CP Tech Center website, and I'll have that for you here. I'll mention it again here as we go. Okay, a little bit more about North Carolina. This comes out of one of the reports that Tara actually put together. And basically, they were summarizing what's come out of that project, the engagement of a contractor to implement PEM tests for the box, the SAM, surface resistivity. There was a lot of technology transfer. We did an open house down there for regional and divisional North Carolina DOT personnel. They did data collection. Federal Highways was down on that project with their Mobile Concrete Technology Center. And they've just seen a great amount of technology transfer to the North Carolina folks, not only from the agency side, but also from the contractor side when we did the open house down there a couple of years ago. So next slide. Finally, a couple quotes, one from the contractor, one from the DOT in North Carolina. Contractor, which is a major contractor out on the East Coast, had heard about PEM because one of its competitors up in Pennsylvania was doing a PEM project. So this contractor happened to know that that seemed to be coming around the bend. So he actually went to the North Carolina DOT and said, we would like to try this PEM concept on one of our projects. And so they, the DOT sat down with them, they talked about it, about what they might want to do, and the contractor agreed to do that, and certainly has continued to use that approach for in his quality control and pre-qualification aspect. But due to the project schedule, they were unable to apply the PEM during the preliminary mix design in this case. But however, going forward, they intend to implement PEM guidelines on all future PCC projects that they build. department quote was that they will continue to explore PEM to see how these tests and other AASHTO PP84 provisions will work with our daily operations. North Carolina is also going to be piloting a PEM bridge project here in the very near future. So you can see some of this momentum that we're starting to gain. Peter mentioned the project in Pennsylvania, or our success with the contractor in Pennsylvania. Same picture that he showed, how we tweaked the mix and basically gave them a much better quality product. Pennsylvania has done 2 PEM projects. They've lowered their water cement ratio this last year to 0.42, maximum water cement ratio to 0.42. They're doing testing with shrinkage on bridge decks, resistivity. They have 4 SAM meters right now within the department. I think a couple of their contractors also have SAM meters, and they intend to continue the experience over the next couple of years to get to that point where they might do more implementation. And the contractors in Pennsylvania seem to be quite supportive of the PEM concept. I know that they've got a workshop, virtual workshop coming up with the Pennsylvania concrete paving group out there, and I know PEM is one of the major topics on that program here in February. Okay, New York, not far from Pennsylvania. Little different animal out in New York. They had 2 PEM projects, 2 are planned. They had, as you can see here on this chart, their PEM mix, which is the kind of the yellow-orange line. I'm colorblind, so it's the longer line. So, but it's the PEM mix actually tested much better with regard to the surface resistivity, as you can see here. They were excited about that because they want to make sure they've got that good impermeable concrete. They do need training in the new tests, and that's a challenge in New York, especially because, you know, some of these projects that I've been talking about prior to this were projects that were probably done out of central mix plants, on-site plants. But in New York, obviously, there's a lot of work that's done out of the ready mix operations, out of the ready mix industry. And so we're having to work more in training with the ready mix industry to get them to the point where they've got some comfort with it. There were some difficult starts on a couple projects, but they were able to move ahead. And once the producer saw what was going on, and a number of them have really embraced it now. And we're going to see New York do quite a bit of work on the structural side too, for their bridges and structural aspects with this type of technology. Okay. Go ahead, Peter. Kansas had an open house and shadow testing in 2019. One of the interesting things that they're doing out there is they're doing their training, is that they are actually coming up with what they call a training day, when they bring their DOT district people in and train them with the SAM, but they're also going to be expanding that to include some of the industry folks too. And we're watching that closely as to how, you know, one of the big challenges here is get people trained, but then retain those people or retrain or train others so that we can continue to do and use this technology in the future. Kansas has kind of been a leader on some of this technology. They've been doing resistivity testing down there for 5 years and are quite comfortable and have incorporated that into their specification. And they also require or provide for the opportunity to do optimized aggregates and have been doing that for 10 years. Okay. Minnesota, another leader in some of the durability issues, even before we started PEM, or certainly in conjunction with it. They have optimized their aggregate gradation through the PEM process. One of the other things that they did a number of years ago, they dropped their maximum water cement ratio and are incentivizing that with the contractors. They're using a microwave oven test to determine that in 10-15 minutes out on the project. Has worked quite well from once the contractors kind of understood it. And the other thing that I heard Maria from Minnesota give a presentation at a TRB workshop this week, and they really feel that with their ability to keep that water cement ratio down for this paving work, and then this wouldn't necessarily be handwork, but certainly paving with a machine, that they have increased the durability of their pavements significantly. And they can pretty much see in the projects as they go along which ones were built at the time before they used the lower water cement ratio versus how the pavements are now performing after they've went to that specification. And they've been doing that for a good number of years. They're kind of pushing the envelope a little bit with some new technology. Tyler Lay down at Oklahoma State has developed what he's called the Phoenix test, which is a new apparatus to actually determine water content out on the project a little bit quicker, quite a bit quicker than the microwave oven test. So Minnesota got one of those this last season, and they're kind of running that through with a lot of testing and data and looking at it, and are quite encouraged about what it may offer. They did an open house in 2019, and then this past season they had a project, one of the FHWA projects that they did and reported on. So go ahead. Just kind of to finish up here on the state reports a little bit. Michigan, again, they've jumped into it pretty with a lot of enthusiasm. They're considering SAM now in the mix design phase currently. The DOT has actually purchased 19 super air meters and for their own use, and then they've also there's a number of them, of the contractors and producers, ready mix producers, that are getting into the testing too. And so there's a lot of super air meters in Michigan right now. They're considering incentive for lower water cement ratios, not unlike what Minnesota has done, and they actually have used optimized aggregates based on some bad performing pavements they had about 20 years ago. They decided they needed to jump to that. Wisconsin's moving forward fairly quickly with their implementation. They're doing shadow testing and the mixed design. They've been doing that now since 2017. They're actually considering SAM for acceptance testing possibly in 2021, but probably more likely 2022. They're trying to decide what the incentive, or how to work with that. What's the incentive? What's the penalty if the test doesn't come out telling us what? It'll tell us what we need to know, but if what it tells us doesn't meet our specification. They also have an incentive for optimized aggregation and cement reduction. They've reduced that maximum or minimum cement content now in Wisconsin from 564 pounds per cubic yard to 520. So quite a bit of movement around the country. Finally, Colorado did an open house in 2019. They're working on spec revisions here for the last couple of years. They've removed their maximum and minimum cement contents. Now let the contractors design those. It allows optimized gradation. They're using the box test in mix design. They're doing resistivity testing, and they also have a specification for maximum shrinkage. Go ahead. So a lot of projects across the country. You can see here, kind of get a feel for where they've been. The shadow projects are the green, yellow, and darker yellow ones that show up there. We've had some demo projects where we've done, those were the incentive projects, and the darker colored stars are actually demo projects where they're doing PEM testing. Like I mentioned earlier, 9 states have actually taken advantage of the incentives from Federal Highway Administration to do a project with the PEM principles included. So next slide. We're collecting a lot of data. It was kind of slow at first, but we're starting now to get more and more. Tom Van Dam's working on that aspect for us. And we've developed a standard data entry form with these tests, and NCE is collecting and managing that database. I also mentioned that Tom's doing some work with the LTPP. Here's just a couple of sample charts that we come up with. One of the Federal Highway Administration employees here in Ames is kind of on loan in part to do some data collection work on the PEM with us for national federal highway offices. So you can kind of see these are called box and whisker charts. They kind of show you the range. We're looking, you can't read it very well, but we're looking at air content on the top chart and the same number on the bottom charts. My understanding is what you see in the box is kind of the range that you see on the project, and then there's a line that kind of gives you the average for that, and you can kind of get a feel for. These are all different projects across the country, so they're going to have some different characteristics, but on each line or within the boxes are the project specific information. And again, we're going to be having a lot of that information available on our website here in the near future. So next slide. One of the other things we've done is we've worked with the states and tried to adjust to the COVID restrictions on travel. That's really kind of hurt us on our training and stuff, is that we had a big online virtual meeting this summer with all 19 states and the industry representation. There were probably about 40 people on the call. You can tell people a lot, you can give them a lot of reports, but you certainly can't have much conversation in that type of a situation. So what we've done here in the last several months, we've established 5 regions around the country of the states that are working with PEM, that are part of the PEM study. And we're sitting down with them virtually to talk about some of the topics that they need help with and that type of thing. And I'll tell you, it's really been much more beneficial from the standpoint of having a conversation. So that's just, we're learning to live with the situation that we have. So next slide. Training continues to be a big challenge for us because not only are we needing to get out and train, we're trying to do some virtual training. Federal Highway Administration through their lab that's not traveling right now, they're doing some training on the PEM tests that are available, and I believe that if you're interested in that, if DOTs are interested, they can contact the Federal Highways and they would be happy to help with that. I know they're working with a couple of states that are not part of the pooled fund but have interest, South Carolina being one of those. So next slide. I just mentioned quickly the CP Tech Center website. We do have a performance engineered mixtures part on there that you can click on and get into all of the information that we're collecting relative to the pooled fund project. It's cptechcenter.org/PEM. And we're always willing to help people if they want to know more about it. So next slide. So as we're moving on, I think here's the things. Peter talked a little bit about some of the things we had to do, but we're also looking ahead to the fact that we need to develop some more tools in the lab so that we can better understand the response to vibration and or pumping. I know one of the states that I talked to earlier this week is looking at that whole aspect of pumping. We need some tools in the field for workability, air void stability, bleed, and segregation. We've got a bunch of that now, so we can better monitor water cement content. We want to make sure that we're paying attention and understanding curing a little bit better, and also some guidance for time to saw, especially as we get into some of these thinner mixes that we have now in the overlay market. As far as guidance, we're adding some stuff about what, when, and how much. And like Peter mentioned, he's working right now on the vibration, a better understanding frequency and duration, hopefully to have some whiz-bang equipment that we can have to tell us what's going on right out on the project. And then finally, we're working on our specifications that are based on the science. And as Peter says, we're trying to encourage people to measure the right things and to do it at the right time. So again, appreciate the opportunity. Peter's had time to rest now, so he can answer all the questions. It's been my pleasure to visit with you today.
Great, thank you, Gordon and Peter. It's always a pleasure to listen to you guys present and the information you share with us. Looks like there are a couple questions. Here's one that was from early on in Peter's discussion. It says, what is the best for resurfacing and what is the main thing to check for? Talking in terms of driveways, sidewalk, curb and gutter, waterways, etc.
Read that one again.
What is the best for resurfacing? Mainly driveway, sidewalks, and curb and gutter.
I don't know, Gordon, maybe you need to address this one. Concrete. It's part of an interesting discussion, is that, you know, typically we tend to look at driveways as an uncontrolled environment. And, you know, the nature of the process is that you've got some homeowner who doesn't want to spend any money, comes and says, give me something that's gray and hard. And he gets it. And when it cracks or scales or falls apart, then the contractor's in all sorts of trouble. But it's a low bid environment without a specification. I can ramble for hours on this idea, but you know, in many ways, the environment that a driveway is exposed to is exactly the same as the street that it's leading to. You know, the freeze thaw environment, the de-icing salts are probably more severe. So if for a concrete driveway, I would still encourage a good water cement ratio, lots of supplementary cementing materials, and good air and good control on curing. When you talk about resurfacing a driveway, it worries me a little because most driveways are probably only 4 to 5 inches thick. And in most homes, if you put a 5-inch driveway on top of my driveway at the moment, I wouldn't be able to get into my garage. So that's why I'm acting a little confused, but maybe Gordon, you can speak to it.
I'm not exactly sure as far as driveways. I know situations where they've gone in and done an overlay on a driveway if they could deal with the clearance. It's not a real common thing to see, but certainly we've had a lot of success with concrete overlays on top of asphalt or on top of concrete in the parking lot market, and certainly some city streets. Again, there's some geometric issues there, but more and more we're seeing many states utilize concrete as a resurfacing product for their system in the years to come. We've seen a huge growth in that. In fact, tomorrow I'm giving a presentation for the Oklahoma group down there, and that's one of the things we're talking about is concrete overlays. So it's gaining a lot of interest, and we've got a lot of experience. We've built here in Iowa probably in the range of 2,500 miles of concrete pavement, plus some airport resurfacing, and then also the parking lot resurfacing, which has all been an overlay on top of the existing pavement that's there. So it's quite a science. It's not difficult, but you've got to be sure that you understand what you've got. So thank you.
Thank you for answering that. Here's another, actually this one's not a question, just a comment. It says, Peter, you are my new best friend. You have been promoting lowering paste fraction and also the benefits of internal curing. So from Ken Nunley, he's grateful for your presentation. Here's another question. Says, I was always taught that most concrete has a minimum water demand of 30 gallons per yard. Maybe you can comment on optimizing gradations can really cut that down to 20 or 25 gallons per yard. Maybe you can just comment on that.
All right, somebody's going to have to interpret that into other units. But yeah, basically, you know, a typical ASTM C33 gradation with a mixture developed using ACI 211, you do need a fairly high water content to wet all of the aggregates. But what we're beginning to learn then is that if you get a better aggregate gradation, indeed, you can cut that water demand down and at the same time cut the paste content down. So yeah, I'll still stand by that. I'd have to do a bit of number crunching to understand what those numbers mean, but you know, we've been finding at a water cement ratio of 0.2, you can be, with a good gradation, you can be at an aggregate a binder content of 500 pounds and still be comfortably workable.
Great, thank you. One last quick question before we break here. It says you mentioned water cement ratio not having an effect on cement content and how your data was counterintuitive. Can you give a quick overview of the testing?
Okay, what I actually said was water cement ratio controls all of the properties of a mixture. And if we can achieve workability with a given water cement ratio, we don't need any excess paste beyond that required to fill the spaces between the aggregate. So, you know, again, the way to think about it is you choose your water cement ratio to get all the mechanical properties that you're looking for, especially durability. Then you figure out for the gradation that you have, how much paste do you have to put into the system to make it workable? I think what I may have said is that strength and binder content are not related. But yeah, if anybody wants to contact me, I'll be free to, more than available to talk about it, send you a copy of the spreadsheet and help you do the number crunching. And something I do want to build on while I've got the floor is, again, training, or if any of you or your members have questions or want clarifications on mix design, training, running the tests, where to get the equipment, we'll be more than happy to talk to you one-on-one.
Great, thank you. Thank you both, Peter and Gordon.
Thank you.
Brian, okay, great, thanks, Brian. Bill, are you on?
Yes, I am on. So we should be able to do this introduction here. So grateful for this opportunity that I get to introduce Cheryl. Cheryl is the Utah Department of Transportation Chief Structural Engineer. Prior to joining Udot in 2013, she spent over 23 years in the private sector, focusing on project delivery and construction as a designer, resident engineer, project manager, and design quality manager. She earned her bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Duke University and a master's from the University of Virginia. She is a member of the AASHTO Committee on Bridges and Structures, where she chairs the Technical Committee on Construction and serves on the Technical Committee for Software and Technology. She is also a member of the AASHTO Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. She participates in numerous national cooperative highway research program projects and Transportation Research Board committees. She serves on several national bridge committees, including the Expert Task Group for Long-Term Bridge Performance, and is a member of the ABC UTC Advisory Committee. So we welcome Cheryl.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. And thank you all for the opportunity to talk about Utah's bridge decks. I hope most of you heard Peter's presentation earlier. He very clearly explained the benefits, challenges, and nuances of better performing concrete. And it ties so well with what I'm going to share. I also look forward to following up with Gordon and learn more a little bit about the pooled fund and see how we can leverage it for bridges. So with that, I'm working off multiple screens, so we'll try to limit the pausing. The objective of this presentation is to bring attention to many of the challenges Udot is facing with the quality and durability of bridge decks. There's over 3,000 state and local owned bridges in Utah. The state owned bridges are a $10 billion asset. When we look at budgets to maintain and preserve that asset, we assume a 75-year life. Specifically for the bridge decks, we assume a new bridge deck will last 40 years before it needs to be replaced. However, we've seen a significant decrease in the quality and durability of bridge decks. So In order to try to improve quality and durability, we need your help, we need industry's help. Okay, so I'm going to start off showing you this picture of a good looking deck. So this is a 47-year-old bridge deck in a highly salted part of the state, and it's still looking good. It shows that it's possible to have durable bridge decks, but as you'll see, we're not getting the performance we expect on our newer bridge decks. Udot is federally required to inspect each bridge a minimum of once every 2 years. The bridge condition is assessed in accordance with nationally established criteria and given a condition rating on a scale of 9 to 0, where 9 is excellent condition. The condition of the deck is based on spalls, cracking, delaminations, and chloride content. The condition rating of this deck was recently lowered from a 7 to a 6. So keep in mind that this bridge deck is well over 40 years old and just moved from a rating of a 7 to a 6. Okay, so now we have another bridge. This one was constructed in 1967. The photo on the left shows it at 47 years of age. At that point, it was rated in poor condition, or it was scored a 4 on that scale. So there was a deck replacement done in 2015, and the bridge, the photo in the middle there shows a photo a year after that new deck was placed, and you can already start to see some transverse cracks and efflorescence. And then at 3 years, you see again that efflorescence and cracking has continued. Another, oh, went too far. That's going the wrong way. Hold on. Okay, this is another deck that had a deck replacement very similar to the previous one I showed. It was rated a 4 at 47 years when we did a deck replacement. And you see at 1 year what it looked like and at 3 years. And we see again, the amount of efflorescence and cracking is increasing. This is a bridge that was replaced in 2018. And just 1 year after construction, again, we're starting to see that cracking and efflorescence. Oh. Sorry, you're getting sneak peek because it's jumping on me. All right. Okay, nope. Sorry, challenges. So this one, really, I wanted to make sure we got to see this one because again, this is another bridge replacement done in 2015. You can already start to see after 3 years what it looks like. And then we can see that it has not only the transverse cracking, but also longitudinal cracking, lots of efflorescence, and the girders are even stained as a result of all the water leaking through the deck. Okay, so as a result, sorry. You know, I'm sure you guys have started to form some opinions about what's causing some of these issues. And we were really curious to see if there's a specific influencer. So we started to look at a multitude of factors. For every new, widened, or replaced deck constructed between 2013 and 2018, we looked to see if we could find a commonality. We developed a massive spreadsheet to track the data and condition of each bridge deck. We tabulated the class of the concrete used in the deck, the associated strength, the mix design, supplier, 28-day break strength, prime contractor, year of construction, time of construction, location. And we also looked at the design characteristics like the deck thickness, the span length, deflection, girder type, girder spacing, deck area, wearing surface, as well as traffic volumes. Now, poor quality itself is somewhat hard to define in the data, so we used two different qualifiers. A deck rating of 6 or less, which I explained earlier, and using that was our concern that a 6 after 7 years or less is just not acceptable. And then the second criteria was the transverse cracking, which is often associated with efflorescence, an early indicator of chloride intrusion into the deck. So here's some ways to look at that data. There were a total of 99 bridge decks that were constructed between 2013 and 2018. And of those, 38 resulted in having one or both of those concerns associated with poor quality. Of those 38, the graph on the left shows that they were distributed across all 4 regions in the state. The graph on the right shows that almost 40% of all new bridge decks constructed in that time period were of poor quality. This is further illustrated when we look at it on a project level. Okay, so now we take those same 99 bridge decks and group them by the project in which they were constructed. There were a total of 38 projects, 11 projects in each of regions 1, 2, and 4, and 5 projects in region 3. And you can see between 36% and 45% of the bridge decks constructed within those projects are of poor quality. This shows that the deficient decks are very evenly distributed across the state, implying that we are not seeing a direct response to environmental factors. Looking statewide, as the graph on the right shows, we see again approximately 40% of all new bridge decks are exhibiting poor quality. Oops, I went too far. Okay, so we also see a familiar distribution or a similar distribution when it comes to the years of construction, suggesting that there isn't any certain event that triggered a problem within the state range. The left graph shows the number of total projects per year and the portion of those exhibiting poor quality decks. The graph on the right normalizes those same projects by year to clearly demonstrate the percentage of projects with poor quality decks. Since this is a time progression, you'd hope to see at least some downward trends as we progress towards newer bridges, but we aren't seeing much of that. So I've been showing the data as projects with poor quality bridge decks because if there is some correlation, it is with regard to the tendency for bridges within the same project to have poor performance. So let's look at the regions again, but this time only at larger projects, and that's kind of defined as projects that have 3 or more new bridge decks within them. So the illustrations use red and green balls to represent each bridge within a project, green being good and red being poor quality. In region 1, there were 2 larger projects represented as project A and B. Of those 2, one produced 0 out of 6 bridges of poor quality, and the other produced 6 out of 7 with poor quality. In region 2, there were 3 larger projects represented as projects A, B, and C. Of those, one produced 4 out of 4, one produced 5 out of 20, and one produced 0 out of 6 bridges of poor quality. In Region 3, there was one larger project, and that one produced 8 out of 8 bridges of poor quality. In Region 4, there were no projects including 3 or more bridge decks. This suggests that there may be some combination of material and/or construction practice that leads to poor quality decks, since the trend is either that almost nothing is poor quality or everything is. Okay, looking deeper into our data, we see that there's no direct correlation between the underperforming decks and girder type, with 18 out of 43 steel girder bridges showing poor performance and 20 out of 45 concrete girder bridges showing poor performance. That would be 42% of all the steel girder bridges and 44% of all the concrete girder bridges constructed between the state range. The girder type, either concrete or steel, typically changes the clear span distance between girders, with the large 4-foot top flange of concrete girders providing more support to the deck. So span flexibility is more clearly demonstrated by a span to depth ratio. Lower ratios represent a deeper structural section, resulting in more stiff overall superstructure, while larger ratios represent a more shallow section with more flexibility. In all cases, the deck should be designed to maintain acceptable design stresses per AASHTO, but the flexibility may introduce strains that cause cracking and early degradation. So this scatter plot shows the span to depth ratio versus girder spacing. We might have anticipated 2 things from this data. One, that there would be a bulk of incidents in one area, and we don't really see that, which implies the flexibility of the deck is not a direct contributor to the poor performing decks. Finally, in terms of suppliers, every supplier of concrete in this data set provided concrete that resulted in a poorly performing deck. So taking pause from the data, let's take a look at some of the issues we're seeing in construction. There are 4 reoccurring trends: challenges with placement, workability of the material, equipment failures without contingency plans, and follow through on proper curing. So here you can see honeycombing throughout the bottom of this deck. This is often caused by inadequate consolidation attributed to inconsistent vibration. It could be an indicator of the workability of the mix. The concrete in these bridge decks is low shrink concrete with polypropylene fiber. In the top left photo, we can see an unusual pattern on the surface of the deck. The most striking thing is the transverse striping between the areas that look relatively smooth and areas that don't. This is an indication of a variation in the stiffness of the concrete. As the stiff concrete is pushed ahead of the finishing machine, it can pile up into a mound. At some point, the additional material will not build that mound higher, and the finishing rollers will be supported on the stiff top of the mound. And next to it will be lower stiff material, resulting in a wavy surface. The texture appears flaky. This again is likely due to the mounding up and dropping away of material under the finishing machine. The stiff material is under more pressure, resulting in a smoothish surface, and then the relaxed material on the far side of the mound with less pressure has a looser finish. The bottom left photo is of the same structure. The honeycombing under the deck is poor consolidation, indicative of insufficient vibration and potentially an overly stiff mix. And finally, the picture on the right shows a ball of fibers bunched up and stuck in the deck. This shows an incorrect application of fiber to the concrete mix. The timing of the fiber addition to the mix is determined by the fiber supplier, but in all cases, it requires a deliberate effort to mix the fibers in. Late addition and inadequate mixing tend to result in fiber balling. Okay, in these photos, we see horizontal transverse lines in the bridge deck. There isn't as much material buildup. This looks more like an impression made into the concrete at regular intervals. This kind of pattern can come from the finishing machine. A mix with low workability may not allow the finishing machine to finish out the marks within the typical number of passes, leaving this kind of pattern. We also see an area that was worked and finished separately from the main deck placement. As you can see, the underlying concrete through gaps in the skim coat, and the edges of the secondary finish are rough and not oriented in any particular direction. On this bridge, the bidwell broke down midway through the deck pour. The concrete started setting because it took so long to repair, and there was no backup equipment or contingency plan in place. And when the bidwell was fixed, the contractor continued, but the concrete at the surface had already started to set, so they were dragging chunks of concrete as they were finishing the concrete, giving less than a desirable finished surface. The rebar top mat in the deck floated or was placed at the wrong elevation, and soon after traffic started running over it, the concrete started spalling. Here we see the application of a liquid membrane curing compound. From the height of the application, it's clear that the curing compound is spraying to a wide area. But as you can see from the photo on the right, on that same bridge deck, the coverage of the curing compound is very inconsistent. There's been a lot of research stressing the importance of proper curing of concrete for long-term durability and to reduce cracking. Udot requires a belt and suspender approach with a curing compound followed by a wet cure with blankets. Because the water cure takes 2 weeks, this tends to be forgotten. The blankets dry up or blow off, effectively negating the benefit of a water cure and relying more significantly on the curing compound, which, please remember, looks like the upper left photo. To give full context to the trends we're seeing, I also wanted to show the changes Udot has made over the years to try to improve bridge deck performance. There are 4 main areas: reinforcing steel, concrete mix, construction requirements, and protective overlays. Since the early 80s, Udot has been using epoxy-coated rebar in the top and bottom mat of the deck. There have been some experimental projects with other types of reinforcing steel, but it's been on a case-by-case trial. So we've been fairly consistent for a number of years. The normal weight concrete mix has been 4 KSI for over 20 years for bridge decks. The use of precast elements such as half and full depth panels has been around for about 20 years as well. So again, we've been fairly consistent. In 2015, Udot started introducing a combination of micro and macro polypropylene fibers into the structural concrete bridge deck specification to try to help with the cracking in the decks. In October of last year, we reduced the amount of microfiber from 2 pounds to 1 pound to help improve workability. In 2015, we also went through a major reorganization of the concrete specifications to help provide clarity on the requirements. Part of that effort also included the curing specification and cold weather protection requirements. But again, those were mainly to clarify expectations. Since 2002, we've been putting overlays on the decks as a secondary layer of protection to delay or eliminate chloride infiltration. Often we have found that contractors find this as an excuse to accept the poor quality deck surface. However, the deck itself plays a vital role in the overall health of a bridge. Now here are some photos of good deck finishes. They're from bridges constructed between 2016 and 2020, all from different projects, and they all have fiber at the higher rate prior to the recent reduction. So as you can see, it is possible to get a good finish with this mix. So in conclusion, what we can say about the performance trends is 40% of all new bridge decks are showing poor performance. That performance is not tied to a year. Newer bridge decks are just as likely as the older ones. There's no correlation with poor performance to a specific mix, location, contractor, or supplier. There was no correlation with poor performance to bridge deck design characteristics, such as the type of superstructure, the span length, or the girder spacing. And there was definitely a correlation on the performance in projects with multiple bridges. What we do know is that the poor performance of decks has both financial and safety implications. When decks need maintenance or repairs sooner or more often than expected, it costs the state more money and it impacts the drivers on Utah's roads. So how do we reduce the risk of premature failure? We need to holistically reevaluate the specification requirements along with national research. Do we need to modify quality control and acceptance criteria? What about the frequency, timing, and type of tests that are taken? Is there an issue with the amount of cement being used or the aggregate sources? Do we need to add penalties or incentives with respect to curing? Do we need training for our workforces? As Peter mentioned in his presentation, I agree, if we focus on durability, the strength will follow. It is with those thoughts we'll end and re-emphasize that we need your help and support to improve the long-term performance of the concrete bridge decks in Utah. And I apologize for the challenges in running that.
No, it was quite all right. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Cheryl. We have one question that popped up here. Actually, a couple questions now. The first question, curious to see if the failing bridges are in heavier snow areas like in Summit County. I think you kind of addressed that it wasn't, but I'll let you answer that question.
That's correct. You know, that's the first thing everyone thinks is that it's on our heavily salted structures. But first of all, the very first bridge I showed was in that area, and it's performing great. But the other thing we saw is that it was universally across the entire state. No environmental coincidence in the data we looked at.
And another question here says, wouldn't the correlation between multiple bridges on the same project suggest there is a correlation between the issues and the contractor?
Contractor or mix or material or both. We don't know. You know, some of those multiple bridge projects have multiple contractors.
There's a couple more questions. You're getting all kinds of questions. So does Udot have some warranty incentive for the contractor to pour a good quality bridge deck?
Well, the best thing we have currently is with respect to ride. That's really the only thing we have, but it's not a real warranty in terms of there's not a lot you can do after the fact. We do have a lot of grinding taking place now, a lot more than we really want, because again, that top surface is showing such poor quality at the end of construction. But even ones that don't, you can see some of the photos I had in the beginning, they actually look decent right after construction, and it took a year to 3 years for them to really start to show age that we didn't expect to see for 30 plus years.
Great, thank you. Looks like we still have a couple minutes, so I'm going to keep going with a couple more questions if that's okay.
Sure.
Is there any thought by Udot to subscribing to PMEs, performance engineered mixes, when specifying concrete?
No, I was definitely intrigued by Gordon's presentation and what Peter talked about, and I think that's definitely a direction we need to go. And same thing, we're going to need industry support to figure out, really took point with the fact that we need to look at testing it at various times during the process, from from the supplier to placement. And I think those are really great points that we need to start looking into incorporating into our specifications.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, but I think UDOT does have a specification that is looking more at using optimized gradations on the bridge decks, but not exactly the PMEs that
That's right. We, last year we put in the tarantula curves. Prior to that, when we started introducing the polypropylene, we went to that low shrink mix. We were trying to get optimized gradation mixes, but what we found is it really didn't change any of the mixes we were using. So we need to come at it from a little bit different approach.
Great, thank you. Maybe one more question. Sorry, I'm not going to get to all of your questions that are on there, but maybe we can let Cheryl see these questions later on and she can answer those and we can get back to some of you. Let's see. Do you track if the concrete came from a portable batch plant?
I think we can figure it out. I don't know that we specifically looked at that in the data we looked at. And I also want to point out, we started with 2018 and just started going back for as many years as we could. There was no rhyme or reason to 2013 other than our spreadsheet got really large, to the point where we probably need some research support to go further back.
Great. Again, I apologize. We're not going to get to all your questions due to time, but thank you for submitting those questions. Cheryl, thank you again for your presentation. It obviously sparked some interest with as many questions as we have. So
all right, Cody, move on.
All right. It's my privilege to move us into this next section of our conference, the project highlights. And the first project that we'll be highlighting is the US 89 or 500 West project in Provo. To present on this project and give us some highlights of this are David Gill and Juan Quintana. I'll read a couple quick bios for them and then we'll turn it over to them. David Gill from Udot graduated from Utah State University in 1995. He previously worked in the home building business prior to his career at Udot. David has worked as a rotational engineer, assistant district engineer, pavement engineer, and currently is the resident engineer for the urban area Udot Region 3. David has 3 children and 2 grandchildren, one of which is very recent, he says. And Juan Quintana from Ralph L. Wadsworth, he received a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Sonora. Juan has worked for Ralph L. Wadsworth Construction for the last 3.5 years and has worked as a project engineer on the Bangor 4 Interchanges project and is now the deputy project manager for the US 89 500 West project in Provo. And he has over 5 years of experience in concrete paving. So we'll go ahead and turn the presentations over to them. I'm not sure which one of you are going first. Brian, maybe you're aware.
I'm not, but if they'll just give me a heads up on who I need to send it to, I'd be glad to do that. Juan or David, if y'all let me know, just unmute your mic and let me know.
It will be to myself, Juan.
Okay, Juan, sending it over to you.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can see you've got the PowerPoint pulled up there.
All right. All right, so Like Cody said, I'm Juan Quintana from Rafael Wasfor Construction. I was the deputy PM for this project, and David Gill from Udot, he was the resident engineer. I'll pass the highlights for design up to him so he can go through those phases. I don't know if Dave is online or not.
I believe he said he was having trouble unmuting. I will work with him to get him unmuted and
Okay, I'll
Okay, I'm here now. I think, can you hear me, Juan?
yes, we can, Dave.
Okay. So this 500 West in Provo, US 89, is I was just looking at the highway maps from like 1910, 1925, and it's been in the system a long time. It was time to rebuild the road. I was the pavement engineer as it was in design. And we looked at several alternatives. We did look at the fact that there was concrete under the existing asphalt roadway. We had a lot of reflective cracking and it was in bad shape. There were the deep irrigation gutters and other issues like that. So we did look into whether we repave it in asphalt, whether we just Band-Aid it again for another time, or we do replace it in concrete. At that time, our pavement design MOI had several concrete corridors identified, and one of them was State Street from Lehigh down to University Avenue in Provo. So with that, I looked at doing both alternatives, developed pavement design both ways, did the life cycle cost analysis, presented that to the region staff, and we determined that we would just put it out as a concrete project. So, and once we did that, we involved the city, and that created a whole new set of challenges with their aging systems underneath the roadway and having to rebuild those. And so it became more of a, it wasn't as simple as just replacing the pavement. So Juan, I think that's about all I had. So.
All right, thank you, Dave. So I'll move forward with the highlights of the project. So the phasing, I'll run through the phasing challenges, the pavers used, and just project overview. The phasing was it was a little bit of a challenge because you just couldn't build just the west side and then the east side, right? Because the underground utilities. We had a new sewer line that connected all the way from 800 north to 500 south. The sewer line did a crossover from the west side to the east side, right? About between 500 and 400 north. So we couldn't just, build one section of the road and then the other section because of the crossover. So we had to do two different phases. And then where we started the construction, there was a lot of underground utilities that were unknown. Every single time we went into a new side street, there was a utility conflict with the water lines, 16 and old water lines. The SU data was a little bit incorrect with the elevation. So every single side street that we were working at with the sewer and the storm drain, we had to do water loops. These water loops went from 24-inch water loops to 6-inch water loops. So it was quite a challenge. We ended up doing from the original two phases, and we had to rephase the project to reconstruction to 9 different phases. So we could be paving in one small section while working on utilities in another different section of the project. As you can see, whoops. So the challenge is, right, the existing utility conflicts at every corner. As you can see on this picture, they will have to leave a blackout from the existing sewer line. We couldn't abandon the existing sewer line because it was still live. There was a crossover just north of that. And then existing utilities like on the light pole, if you can see on the bottom of the picture, where the existing lighting and existing signal lights wasn't the way on the new paving. So another challenge was at a scope from Provo where they wanted to update their infrastructure, their underground infrastructure. So that was a challenge to the whole project team working with Udot and working with Provo City. And that urban environment, again, we were, used to paving in highways, open highways, and it was quite a challenge maintaining residential accesses, business accesses. Another big challenges were Provo City only allow us to close 2 side streets in a row, so that also make a little bit of a challenge with the phasing also. Urban environment, a lot of artists on the project. We had a lot of meetings with PI over with the community. It's one of the pictures that we have here. Blackout facing, like I was just showing. So you have on the right picture where we left blackout panels to have access to businesses while we were paving with the machines, leaving those blackout. That means that we had to do a lot more work, do a lot more grinding also. On the picture on the left, there's one of the driveways on the businesses that we had to do it in house also to allow businesses to have access full time. Also for the paving, we used 2 pavers. We used the Gomeco 2800 with the IDBI machine control with the Leica software. It was used with the 25-foot pass. And then also as a companion pass, we used the Gomeco Commander 3. We had it set it out differently with 12-foot pass, but we also had it set up as a 0 clearance with the placer. And the 0 clearance, we set it up from 5 feet wide to 8 feet wide. Here's some pictures of the Gomeco 2800 with the 25-foot pass. The shoulders that you can see in the picture on the right side, those were the ones that were paved with the Commander 3. Here's some pictures. The left picture will be a 12-foot pass with the Commander. Picture on the right, this one, the one with the 0 clearance. Then pictures of the hem force. Most of the hem force was done at night, and same with the machine force. We also had to do a lot of cold weather paving. We did 14,840 square yard of paving during the winter months from this November of 2019 to January of 2020. What we started just using Bisqueen, from Bisqueen with blankets. From blankets, we went up all the way to using a ground heaters. Using this, right, we also had to use material meters, data loggers. What this meant to us was production rate. It was low as we had to switch production from nights to days, and we had to use commercial plans for the paving of this project. So that means that we were sharing the commercial plans with the rest of the customers. So we were getting about half of the production as we were if we were paving at nights, but because of the temperatures, we just couldn't do it at night. So what this ended up doing is just doing more grinding because of that. For the project overview, we did a total of 46,000 square yards of PCCP. We did 11 inches thick, it's about 14,100 cubic yards. We did a total of 9,500 square yards of flat work. So one of the highlights of the project is we did a 10-foot wide new sidewalk on the whole corridor of the project. And then we also did 12,300 linear feet of B1 curb and gutter. And then also we did 3,100 linear feet of B4, B5 curb on the islands. So there's a total of 4 islands on the project that are new to it. So the project benefits, so it's Udot picking PCCP over asphalt. It means longer lasting paving, less money and maintenance. Also, we did on the storm drain and underground utilities, we did, there's 9,300 linear feet of new storm drain and 7,200 linear feet of new sewer with 72 services. And we did 3,000 linear feet of new water lines to be able to construct this new sewer and the storm drain that we had to lower. So, you know, a new functional storm drain. This was an old tunnel that was in the project. This tunnel was constructed during the Cold War, and it was used by Team Penagos Elementary, and the tunnel was in a bad shape. It was stinked a lot. So we were able to demolish that. You know, demolishing that, we did new signals, hawk signals, pedestrian signals, and bike signals around the project. So this is the project. One of the biggest benefits is now safer for pedestrians and bicyclists to be around in that area. And this is some pictures of the finish. This was in early December. We just barely done striping, but it wasn't completely. We have now completed 100% of the flat work, and the PCCP is all done. So we will come back in March to do all the landscaping work that is left to do on the project. Because of the weather, we just can't work on it right now. Any questions for the project?
Thank you, Juan and David. Also, looks like there is a question here. Did the project need any property takes, or did it fit within the existing right-of-way?
It fit under the existing right-of-way. Udot has a pretty big right-of-way on that project. We did add some left turns, some right turn pockets, sorry. We added some right turn pockets, and that still left about 8 feet spark strips between the back of curb and the front walk. So that's a big, that has a big right away there. I forgot to mention, so we did for the pavers, the mix design that we used, it was a 1.5 inch aggregate for the pavers and a 3/4 of an inch aggregate for the hem-pours. And it was about 90% of the concrete was supplied by Geneva, and yeah, the rest was supplied. This is for PCCP. The rest was supplied by Altiview. Yeah. Any other questions?
There's a couple more questions here. Did you add dedicated bike lanes, and did you upgrade the signals?
Yes. So we added new signals on 300 South. We added a hawk signal on 100 South. We added a hawk signal and a bike signal, bicycle signal on 300 North. Another new signal on 100 North. Another one on 500 North, 800 North, and then we updated the signal cabinets and everything at 940 North by the hospital. And then we added a new bike lane on both shoulders for northbound and southbound from 800 North all the way to 300 South.
And one more question, did UDOT do the PI portion for all the property owners?
Yes. So they had Summers Jaramillo do the PI portion of it, and it was quite interesting. There was a lot of businesses, a lot of houses that are still in that corridor. So there was a lot of PI, a lot of communication involved with PI and the public. There was just meetings with publics and lots of meetings with businesses owners the whole time of the project.
Great, thank you, Juan and David again. Having driven through that project several times, I can see the challenges that you guys had to overcome to provide such a wonderful project and great improvements that were definitely needed. So congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you.
Our next project that we're going to highlight is the I-15 Tech Corridor. Boyd Humphreys from Udot. He received his bachelor's degree from the Utah State University and has worked for Udot for over 16 years. Boyd, his current role at Udot is the project director for the I-15 Technology Corridor project. Also presenting is Cash Tackey. Cash is a project manager for Ames Construction and the Ames-Wadsworth joint venture for the I-15 Technology Corridor Design Build project. Cash has been involved in the construction management of multiple transportation and infrastructure projects. Cash has worked extensively with owners to develop relationships to facilitate early identification and resolution of key issues to ensure successful projects. So with that, Boyd and Cash, if you want to unmute yourselves and then let Brian know which one of you plans to present first.
Well, I just sent it over to Cash, so I hope he's the one that's presenting first.
We're together. Can you hear us?
Yep.
So we'll just kind of both run it from here. You're sharing. Can you see? Can you see our screen yet?
Yeah, but I'm seeing it in presenter view. If you could just switch it over to the presentation view.
You bet. Sorry. Let's see. Well, it should be coming up.
How's that, guys?
There you go.
Okay. So yeah, thanks for letting us come today and talk a little bit about the I-15 Technology Corridor project. It's kind of this project was the last section of I-15 to be rebuilt between Bangor Highway and Spanish Fork in recent years. The project started just north of the SR-92 or Timpanogos Highway interchange and ended down at Lehigh Main Street. With that, the project, we constructed, all new concrete pavement on mainline I-15, as well as there was a lot of bridges in this section of the freeway that had reached the end of their service life and needed to be rebuilt. In fact, we rebuilt 15 bridges that were either mainline I-15 bridges or crossing over I-15, and then we actually built 2 more bridges that were added as part of the project. This project, there was a lot of challenges. It's kind of a unique area, particularly up between those, SR-92 and 2100 North that we're showing here on the map. There was a lot of growth in the area. It's an area where we have, in fact, so much growth that the project funding was actually accelerated by 2 years so we could get the project done. And it's an area that we've got a front runner station, a hospital, a lot of businesses, a lot of business growth in this area, retail, restaurants, office space, as well as the residents, a lot of trails in the area. So there was a lot that we had to deal with on the project and keep in mind. one of the first things we did was decided for a procurement method to get a contractor, and we decided that the project should be design build. And the reason for that was to get some of the innovations from our contracting industry, some of the good ideas that they have. And so that's what we did. And we chose or selected, it was a joint venture between Ames Construction and Wadsworth Brothers Construction. And they came up with some pretty innovative solutions. One of the challenges we had, and we'll get into this a little more, but this is an area that sees almost 200,000 vehicles a day. Use I-15 in this area. How do you build this project and keep traffic moving? Had some ideas there, and then also, a lot of their approach was to keep I-15 the profile low, so that we could, avoid some settlement concerns. Allowed us to use a white topping approach to a lot of I-15 instead of having to rebuild the full pavement section. Less walls, and all these options, helped save taxpayer money. Was a benefit to the project. One of the big parts of the project also was reconstructing the two interchanges of Timpanogos Highway and 2100 North. Talk a little bit about the SR92 Timpanogos Highway interchange. Before the project, it was a diverging diamond interchange. In the design and the reconstruction, we reconfigured the interchange to more of a traditional diamond interchange. And because we replaced the I-15 bridges over SR92, it allowed us to get some more room and add all the lanes that were needed to meet the traffic demands now in the future. Make sure we have all the turn lanes that are needed, and really added some capacity to this interchange that sees a lot of traffic. It's a busy interchange. One of the other unique things about the SR92 interchange is the trail system that we built there. One of the things we heard from people we talked before the project was the need for bikes and pedestrians to be able to cross safely. A lot of times freeways or interchanges are barriers to bicyclists and pedestrians. So to overcome this, we built two bridges over pedestrian bridges over the ramps at the interchange. And then we even underneath I-15 along SR92, we even elevated the trail, give it a safer feel, more of a separation feel. So now that the bicyclists and pedestrians can cross through the interchange without any conflicts with traffic, and that was a big deal to us. And we do have a lot of that bikes and peds in the area. I mean, we have the Murdoch Canal Trail that comes along 92. There's the Jordan River Trail, as well as a rail trail corridor in the project, or just east of the project. And then, one of the other aspects of the project was building a 10-foot trail on each side of I-15 between the two interchanges. And in that middle picture, you can actually see we built a pedestrian tunnel underneath Triumph Boulevard, and again, with the goal of trying to separate bikes and peds from vehicles. The next interchange is the 2100 North interchange. Again, same as up at SR92. We wanted to build it to accommodate traffic now and into the future. There was some challenging geometric with the way the roads come in here that create some challenges. And we also had to coordinate a lot with Lehigh City. They had a project where they widened out 1200 West there on the North Lake. And so, but the big challenge that we wanted to address with this interchange was this is the future location of the freeway to freeway connection between I-15 and Mountain View corridor. And so we really wanted to be compatible with it. And if you look at this graphic here, in gray underneath is what we build as part of the project, and then there in the blue and purple are some of the future freeway to freeway ramps that'll be built. And so our design works very well with that. And then the new southbound on-ramp to I-15 is down there in the green, and that is one of the ramps that we'll be using in the future, but also it's our ramp that we're using now. So in the future, that's going to save a lot of rework, and it's going to save taxpayer dollars, as well as it kind of set the outside footprint for the interchange. That'll allow development, things like that to occur and not have impacts in the future. So that was a big goal and was an important thing for the team to address. You know, as we talk about, you know, creative design solutions, I think the biggest one on the project was the one-way frontage road system that was built between SR 92 and 2100 North. You know, this is an area there's, you know, obviously I-15 gets busy, but up in this area, the surface streets see a lot of traffic as well. And at busy times, it was hard for traffic to get around. The one-way frontage road system, what it does is it allows us to have ramps to and from I-15 outside of those interchanges that already see a lot of traffic. It's going to pull traffic out of the interchanges. So this was an important feature. As part of that, in addition to the ramps, we also have some U-turns to allow, since we convert them to one way, allow people to get from one side of the freeway to the other and quickly. We have a north to south turnaround at SR 92 and then one in each direction at Triumph Boulevard. These turnarounds allow vehicles to get from one side of the freeway to the other without having to go through an intersection or interchange. Allow it to do that quickly, allow better access to those ramps that I just talked about. And just the whole point of the frontage road system was to be able to give more options to people to get where they need to go, and help pull traffic off some of those surface streets and interchanges. Another important feature with the you know, with the frontage road system was the new Triumph Boulevard Bridge that provided another crossing of I-15. And I'll turn it over to Cash and he'll talk about that.
Thanks, Boyd. Good afternoon, everybody. So yeah, I'll start off talking about the Triumph Boulevard Bridge here. So Triumph Boulevard is a new bridge that we constructed in 2018 as part of the project. The bridge provided a east-west connection across I-15 early in the project. It helped us take some of the pressure off from the SR 92 and 2100 North interchanges. The Triumph Bridge construction, it was critical to our schedule. There was a massive amount of utilities that had to be relocated prior to that bridge being built. And then we really couldn't do any major construction on SR 92 or 2100 until the Triumph Bridge was open to the public as part of our contract. So I've got a quick time-lapse video of construction. See if I can figure out how to get it pulled up. You guys seeing this video?
Yes.
Okay, should be back to the PowerPoint here.
Yep.
I should have put some music to that video or something. So maintaining mobility during construction was the primary project goal while we widened I-15 from the existing 4 lanes to 6 lanes. Prior to construction even starting, we went out there and we added a 5th lane to I-15, and we did that by narrowing up the existing lanes from 12 feet to 11 feet and then utilized the existing shoulders. So by doing this, we actually reduced the travel time by 20% during construction as compared to the pre-construction travel times. Adding this 5th lane required construction be completed in more phases. So these additional phases created smaller paving areas, created additional paver moves that we had to make, and additional tie-ins. So to overcome this, we utilized a couple different things. One was an extended paving season, and the other was a shorter time between some companion placements. This made our quality control plan extremely important to meet the project requirements and to get the project completed on time. So as you can imagine, it wasn't just the paving that had to be constructed in multiple phases. As Boyd mentioned, we had 15 bridges that also needed to be tore down and rebuilt. The bridges on the job were constructed in 3 to 4 phases, depending on exactly where they were at in the project. And then we also had MSE walls, storm drain, pretty good sized box culvert at Dry Creek, and then a bunch of dry utilities that also needed to be constructed in phase with I-15. So this multi-phase construction required several lane splits and shifts throughout the construction duration. So as I mentioned, our quality control program was critical to the project's success, specifically for our PCCP pavement. We utilized an MIT scanner to validate our concrete thickness. So this significantly reduced the number of cores that we had to take in our pavement. We also used maturity meters to get a more accurate strength and prediction on our concrete. And with up to 2,800 yards a day being placed, we set up an on-site batch plant to meet the needs of our paving operations and of our schedule. We utilized an independent quality firm to conduct the minimum sampling and testing for acceptance. And the IQF would input test results immediately into a database that was called Elvis. This database had automated notifications where results were immediately accessible to the project team. Prior to every paving run, a control point meeting was held. So this allowed the project team to observe that the area was ready for concrete placement. We also, of course, had cold weather concrete plans that allowed us to pave deep into the winter months. And then we also developed, tested, and utilized multiple mixed designs for the PCCP. And these mixed designs would be used for either weather or schedule needs. So the PCCP roadway sections varied a little bit depending on where we were at in the project. So the first section of this table up here is our I-15 main line in our white topping area. And Boyd mentioned a little bit about this too, but in the southern area of the project, we were able to maintain the existing elevation and for the most part, the alignment of I-15, which allowed us to pave over the existing asphalt roadway. So in this section, our pavement looked like it was a 12-inch PCCP on top of a minimum of 5-inch existing HMA and a 13-inch existing UTBC section. And then we get to our I-15 mainline widening area. So there we had a 12-inch PCCP on top of a 4-inch HMA mat and a 6-inch base section. For cross streets, we were paving a 10-inch PCCP on a 3-inch HMA and again a 6-inch base. And then our slip ramps were a 10-inch PCCP, 4-inch HMA, and a 6-inch UTBC. So a few other project stats for you. We had about 95,000 lineal feet of storm drain on the job. That storm drain ranged from 15-inch to 60-inch, with the majority of it being 18. We had 13,700 feet of sewer, water, and irrigation. So we were doing 15 and 21-inch sewer, and then 8, 10, and 12-inch water and irrigation lines. We moved about 985,000 yards of dirt, so that would include all of our UTBC, the granular borrow, the embankment. We had just a little bit under 366,000 square feet of MSE walls. The majority of the project was a single-stage MSE wall design, However, at the flyover at that 2100 North interchange, we used a 2-stage MSE wall design. We had a little over 12,000 lineal feet of post and panel sound walls, right about 68,000 yards of structural concrete. And then we set just a little over 36,000 lineal feet of concrete girders on the project. Those girders on the job ranged from a UBT 42 to a UBT 98. And then we had just under 183,000 square feet of precast concrete deck panels on the project. Okay, guys, I guess with that, I guess we probably have a minute or two for some questions, but thanks for the opportunity to have us here today.
Thank you, Boyd and Cash, both of you, for presenting on this. There are a few questions on here. The first one is, what lessons learned do you have related to traffic control and associated complaints?
You know, I mean, you know, it was a challenging job to build. You know, I mean, traffic wise. I mean, we to maintain traffic, and then as Cash says, you know, I mean, we added a lane of construction before we started. You know, I think that it was just, you know, I mean, it was a challenging job. I think lessons learned would be, you know, kind of what we you know, did throughout the project, but just, you know, being on top of things, you know, striping and all those kinds of things, you know, are big, and staying on top of it. But, you know, I mean, we really, throughout the project, we saw travel times increase during construction from what we had before, and we thought that was a big benefit.
Thanks. Also, this one I'm sure is sparked after Cheryl's presentation earlier, but how are your bridge decks performing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, so far our decks I think are good. I mean, we put a polyester concrete overlay on all the bridge decks, and I know that's something that's newer in the department. You know, ride across the bridge decks was an important goal of the project, and that's really doing well, and yeah, we anticipate a long-lasting bridge deck.
And then the last question, did the project stay within budget and schedule, and what change orders did you encounter? Maybe just a brief comment on that.
I mean, yes, and you know, on both of those. I mean, the project was always supposed to be a three 3-year construction, schedule, and we did that. So we were pretty pleased. I mean, it was a lot of work. And then change orders, yeah, the budget, we came in under budget, and yeah, we had some change orders. One of the big ones is we had some owner-directed changes, particularly at the 2100 North interchange. Again, kind of goes back to that, making sure that it was, designed with the future in mind. So that was kind of probably the big one. I don't know, Cash, anything else to add on those, or?
No, that that 2100 North was it was a big deal to the job, and I think we got it, working together with the department. I think we got it set up and built so that Udot has what they want for that future connection to Mountain View corridor. So I think it worked out well.
Thank you. Again, thanks to both of you, Boyd and Cash, for presenting.
Thank you, guys.
This next project highlight, the Salt Lake City Airport redevelopment. I believe, Kevin, you're presenting alone on this. You must have won. You must have won or maybe lost the arm wrestle with Mike. We're happy to have you here. Grateful for your willingness to present on this. This is a huge project many are aware of here in the state. Mr. Robbins has over 32 years of engineering and construction experience. He has worked for the Salt Lake City Department of Airports since 1988. He has worked on a wide variety of projects at the airport, including taxiway and apron construction, bridge and tunnel construction, and terminal and concourse improvements. As the director of the engineering division, he directs a staff of engineers, architects, and technicians that oversee and manage the design and construction of facility improvements at all 3 of the airports managed by the Salt Lake City Department of Airports. So glad to have you with us. We'll turn the time over to you.
Okay, great. And hopefully the technology will work. Are you able to see my screen?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk to you and to present the airport redevelopment program. This program has been a long time in coming. Construction actually started in 2014, so we're 6 years into it, and we still got about 4 more years to go before it's finished. Just to remind everybody of what we're really doing out here at the airport, we are moving from the photo on the left of our old unit terminal and Finger Pier concourse airport layout, and we're moving to a single terminal linear concourse layout that's much better suited for a hub airport. So on September 15th of 2020, we opened our first phase. So that was opening day, in which we opened the parking garage, we opened the terminal, and we opened the first 25 gates on the connected concourse, also referred to as Concourse A. We're very excited because we believe that this new reconfiguration will certainly serve the city, the state, and the region for many, many years to come. We have a new elevated roadway system that's able to segregate arriving and departing passengers. Just to highlight maybe some of the things that people were not able to see, given that we've had such a downturn in travel with COVID. This was opening day morning. The lines at the security checkpoint, I will say those lines have gotten a little bit longer in recent weeks as COVID continues to go on, but as some of the numbers go down. Our first flight out was actually Delta Flight 2020, which was a flight from Salt Lake City to Atlanta. Just some of the slides of various elements, including the ticketing level in the terminal, the international arrivals area on the ground floor, the plaza area, which is at the end of our main circulation corridor from security screening to the concourses, and then a view looking at coming back through that same corridor as you past the security doors to enter the non-sterile area and heading towards bag claim. 6 weeks later, we opened an additional 20 gates up on the remote concourse, which is Concourse B. That concourse has, Delta has 7 overflow gates up there that they operate out of, and then all of the other carriers, Southwest, United, American, Frontier, JetBlue, and Alaska all operate off of Concourse B. Here are just some slides of what was happening there. Our first departure was a Southwest flight, as they're our next largest carrier. And just some more of the pictures about circulation. The current route to get to Concourse B, because we still have a central tunnel that is under construction, you have to go halfway through down Concourse A, and then you connect into actually this mid-concourse tunnel, which we actually built in 2004. It has been sitting underground as a concrete submarine for all this time, but we're using that as the main connection between A and B. But in about 3 years, we'll have the central tunnel in place, and you'll no longer have to do that detour. So one of the reasons that this project is taking so long is that we are rebuilding the airport on top of itself. And so just to kind of refresh everyone's memory, I know I've shared this at many conferences, but kind of the progress of how we're going about things is this was the first phase where the terminal and the Concourse A opened. Literally September 16th, we started demolishing the parking garage and started going in and getting the old terminals ready for demolition. As I mentioned, on October 27th, we opened these 20 gates on Concourse B, and on October 28th, we actually started demolishing Concourse D so that we can connect this central tunnel that will give a much more direct route out to the remote concourse, as opposed to having to go halfway down A and then up through that tunnel. So the phasing then was to continue. Once we had the parking garage and terminals out of the way, we would continue with 22 additional gates on Concourse A and 11 additional gates up on Concourse B. Because of the need to maintain the number of gates required by the airlines, we were going to reuse Concourse C and Concourse B. And then in future phases, as we brought more gates online on Concourse A, we would start demolishing those old concourses. Concourse C was to have been the last to be demolished. Then we would finish up with our paving, and essentially this is where we would end up. This is probably a good slide to point out that the quantity of concrete paving on this project is a little over 1.1 million square yards of 16-inch PCC over a 6-inch lean mix base over 18 inches of granular fill over stabilization material. So it's a very heavy section. But with COVID, we came up with a different plan, recognizing that air traffic was going to be much reduced for at least a year, possibly 2, and even some experts are even saying maybe 3 years. So in consultation with our airlines, we came up with, I guess, a silver lining to COVID, which was we came up with a revised phasing plan that will allow us to complete particularly these connecting taxi lanes through here in a much quicker time frame. I'll go back to this slide. Right now, with all of our gates essentially over here, and this is all blocked off because we are constructing in this area, our airfield is basically overweight on the west side, if you will. This is the west runway and the center runway is here. So our goal in rephasing is to get these taxi lanes open as quickly as possible, and that way we'll be able to have the taxi efficiency that this new plan gives us. So with that in mind, our new phasing plan that we came up with in consultation with the airlines was to go ahead and tear down not only the old terminals and parking garage, but to go ahead and take down concourses, the old Concourse B and C as well. That way that opens up everything through here. Now, in order to do that, there was one drawback, and those of you that have traveled on some of the regional jets, particularly with Delta, you may have had this experience, but Delta was willing to do a busing operation to a hard stand for 15 of their regional jets. So we do now have a busing operation where you come down to a hold room here, you go onto a bus, you're bussed out to your plane, and then vice versa on arrival. very similar to what they do in Europe. Many airports in Europe have very large hard stand operations, but this allows us to clear out this entire area for construction. So we are currently, we've cleared that out, the hard stands in place. We're currently working on these 22 additional gates on Concourse A. We've started the work of this central tunnel, started the sheet piling and the shoring, and started the excavation. So as the phasing continues, our plan is in May of 23, we'll bring on the first 4 gates in here, which will allow us to start dropping aircraft out of this hard stand operation, reduced walking distances, better customer service. Following that, we bring on the remainder of the gates on Concourse A. This would be, our target now is Thanksgiving of 2023 to be in this position. One of the other things that we did is we actually deferred constructing the 8 additional gates that were to be built out here. So we will defer those. We will not start construction on those until our traffic comes back and it looks like that we will actually have a need for those gates. Honestly, with what we're seeing today, we may have to make that decision as early as summer of this year, or if traffic falls again with a second wave of the virus, we can push that decision out further into the future. So what's happening now? What's really going to go on over the next 4 years is, again, more of this tear things down, build new, and put in place. So this is a picture of the existing facility demolition that is taking place. This area in here is the old parking garage. That parking garage came down much easier than I thought it would. It did not take Grant Mackey, who is our contractor, long to get that down. And now they've started on demolition of the existing terminals and clearing out that footprint, because here is the end of Concourse A, and those 22 gates will extend out through here. So just some shots of the construction, the parking garage demolition. I will say this, I was amazed as they did the demolition. I was amazed at how well that structure stood up with only the reinforcing steel in the columns. So the way they kind of accomplished it is they went in, they actually removed all of the concrete from the columns. And I expected that, you know, once the majority of the concrete was gone, that thing would start coming down, but it wouldn't come down until they also went in and took out about half of the reinforcing steel, and then they could get a couple of big backhoes on it and actually bring the decks down. So it was very interesting to watch that demolition. This picture was actually taken yesterday. So we had this temporary connector that connected out to the old Concourse C for the 6-week period once the other airlines were still using those gates. This has since been removed and is opening up the area that we need to be able to get back and forth between the central tunnel construction and the concourse construction. These other photos are just showing that Terminal 2 and Terminal 1 are pretty much demolished, and all of the concourses, all of the existing facilities will all be demolished and out of the way by probably June of this year. We then get the fund task of going in and putting in all new utilities for the concourse. And that's going to be a very big job, because obviously we're building on a site that has been occupied for well over 60+ years. And as we all know, as-builts aren't. So I'm sure we'll find a few surprises as we go through that process. The central tunnel construction, as I mentioned, is underway. Sheet piling's been driven. They've started the excavation. That excavation will go down to a depth of about 40 to 45 feet. Dewatering wells are in place. They'll build a stabilization layer and a mud slab to work on, and then start the construction of that central tunnel. So the central tunnel will have a cell both for pedestrian movement with moving walkways, as well as a cell dedicated with high-speed baggage belts to take the outbound bags out to Concourse B. and it will also have 2 cells for a future automated people mover system. But that system probably will not be built until we have the need to move to actually a 3rd concourse, which is probably in the 25 to 30 year time frame. So that the cells will be built, much like the old mid-concourse tunnel. They'll be just waiting for the time when growth requires us to build a 3rd concourse. One of the other elements that's currently under construction is the track station. We had to relocate the track station from the end of Terminal 1. It is being constructed just to the east end of the new terminal. These are just some of the photos showing UTA and their construction working on that. Currently, if you come to the airport on tracks, there is a bus bridge in place. They stop at a temporary station and then bring you into the terminal. Tracks is scheduled to be open and operating to the east end of the new terminal by July of this year. And this is probably the single most requested item in the whole redevelopment, and that is what's going to happen to the world map. It's been amazing as to what an icon that is and how the community is so attached to that map. Initially, when we were looking at this, we had talked with the company that actually did the work back in 1960. We'd asked them about the possibility of moving it. They did not think it could be done. And so we also, at that point, we just really didn't know how you could possibly handle that. We actually did some more investigation once the terminal was vacated. And we found that rather than being on a suspended slab, it's actually on a slab on grade. So we came up with a plan to saw cut it. Fortunately, that map is built on a fairly stable kind of a lean mix bed, if you will. So we did some experimenting and we found out that we could actually saw cut that and pull that out in panelized sections. So what you're seeing here is the operation that we went through to saw cut it up into about roughly 3 foot by 3 foot sections. They've been put on a pallet and we're storing them at the airport, and we are redesigning the central core in Concourse B, where you will come up out of the central tunnel, and we will reinstall the world map. That will be the focal point of the Concourse B at that main circulation area. So I think I tried to stay pretty much within my time frame, but if there's any time left, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions anyone might have.
Great, thank you, Kevin, for that. Let me see if there's a, here's one that says, did the project use any of the old, excuse me, any of the old concrete in fill as a recycled base or anything?
Yes, we're recycling all of it. So all of the old PCC pavement and the concrete from the parking garage, that's all being hauled out on site on the north end of the airport. And we are crushing that and we are reusing that as tunnel backfill. And it will also go in as some of the lower engineered sections in the new paving.
This is a question I have, Kevin, or maybe just a comment. Being out there several times after the shutdown and pandemic and seeing the number of employees working out there seemed like a amazing thing to see that much work continuing even amongst the pandemic that we were going through.
You know, both of our construction managers at risk did a really amazing job of being able to continue the construction with the pandemic. And once they got all of their processes up and in place for temperature checks and reporting and all of that, we still averaged through the height of the construction, we still had about 1,800 workers on site.
A couple more questions real quick. When full build out, how many passengers will be able to pass through the airport?
We designed this for 27 million annual passengers, which is 13.5 million employments, and that can grow up to 30 million employments before we would have to look at adding additional gates and expanding the terminal.
And one more quick question. Are the bid packages for the additional gates for Concourse A and B out for bid?
Those are all under contract, including the rest of the paving. There is one more paving package that will be bid probably in fall of 2022. But other than that, all of the rest of the construction is currently under contract.
Thanks again, Kevin, for your time, for presenting. It's been a pleasure to hear this update on such an amazing project. Thanks to those who had some some good questions in there as well. It's my pleasure as we wrap this up with our final presentation. Dr. Spencer Guthrie will be presenting on cement treated bases. And Dr. Guthrie is president of Infrastructure Research LLC and is also a civil engineering professor at Brigham Young University, where he directs the Highway Materials Laboratory and the Materials and Pavements Research Group. Dr. Guthrie has conducted extensive consulting and research focused primarily on designing, constructing, and managing transportation infrastructure in cold regions. In particular, his work in the areas of full depth reclamation and cement stabilization of aggregate base materials has led to the development of new testing procedures, refined design criteria, and innovative construction methods, including use of patented slurry spreader, which is revolutionizing pavement reconstruction in urban areas. Dr. Guthrie contributes extensively to the literature, having authored more than 200 journal papers and technical reports describing his work. He actively serves on the Committee of Transportation and Infrastructure within the American Society of Civil Engineers Technical Council on Cold Regions Engineering, where he is a past chair. He also served for nearly a decade as a member of the Transportation Research Board Committee on Cementitious Stabilization and the TRB Committee on Frost Action. So we'll turn the time over to Dr. Guthrie. We're happy to have you with us.
Thank you, Cody. And thank you to the organizing committee for arranging this virtual conference. And also thank you to the previous presenters. I very much enjoyed attending and hearing all about concrete. You'll notice now that we're switching subjects away from concrete to cement treated base for pavement construction. And my presentation today will include elements of work that I've completed at Infrastructure Research and at BYU. For those who may be unfamiliar with Infrastructure Research, it's a consulting firm that was founded in 2012 and specializes in materials and pavement engineering, also testing and inspection, and relevant to this presentation, handles any and all aspects of cement treated base design and construction. My next slide is a disclaimer and also a disclosure. This presentation has been prepared solely for informational purposes and is intended solely for the use of professional personnel with competence in this area. And the disclosure is that I hold the patents for the slurry spreader that will be highlighted in this presentation, and also am an owner of the company that manufactures it. Let's look at an overview of the presentation. We'll talk about pavement deterioration mechanisms, cement treated base, full depth reclamation, and the associated construction procedures before highlighting some very specific benefits and wrapping up with a summary. I'd like to point out that the GoToWebinar includes a handout that is available for you to download as desired. And then as we have time, questions and comments can be entered in the chat during my presentation, and then we can address those afterwards. Let's start with pavement deterioration. There are two primary distresses that signal structural pavement failure. One of them is cracking, as shown in this picture. The cracking often occurs in a wheel path, often involves heavy truckloads, and in this case, leads to potholes. This kind of cracking is called fatigue cracking or structural cracking, or sometimes alligator cracking. The next type of distress that indicates structural failure is rutting. This also is typically the result of a heavy wheel load in the wheel path and leads to a deformation in the pavement surface. The problem with rutting is that the rut will contain water and prevent proper drainage, leading to a reduction in skid resistance and even potentially hydroplaning during wet weather. This slide shows the failure mechanisms associated with both fatigue cracking and rutting. Here at the top in black, we see the wheel load, and we see that there is a horizontal tensile strain that develops at the bottom of the hot mix asphalt layer that leads to a bottom-up cracking under repeated bending. At the top of the subgrade, we see a vertical compressive strain that is caused by repeated passes of the wheel load, and the permanent deformation of the subgrade leads to the rutting that we may observe at the surface. As we consider an actual pavement structure, we have to appreciate the important role of the base material. Most of the pavements in our area consist of an overlying surface course, and for flexible or asphalt pavements, that would be an HMA, and underlain then by a base course of some sort. In this case, it's an untreated base course that's been exposed during excavation. And finally, at the bottom is the native soil that is has to be supported or protected by the overlying layers. And so this base material needs to be of adequate structural capacity to support the overlying asphalt while at the same time protecting the underlying subgrade. And while we may originally design and build the base material with the appropriate gradation, over time, the gradation can change as the individual particles absorb water, for example, and then freeze. They can break apart and generate fines. And fines are problematic because a material with more fines tends to hold more water. And moisture susceptibility in that case is a problem because there are lots of ways that moisture can enter a pavement system. This slide shows just a few, a primary one being that water can enter through cracks in the permeable surface of a deteriorated pavement. We also see that water can enter from below through capillary action or even water vapor movement from a near surface water table. When moisture ingress is combined with frost penetration, which can be several feet deep, then we have an additional set of problems that warrants not only consideration of strength, but also durability. Here's a picture of the potential outcome of both moisture and frost in a pavement with what we consider to be moisture or frost susceptible, those are close cousins, underlying base materials or subgrade soils. This differential frost heave can lead to cracking and also roughness of the pavement surface that can be of such concern that, in fact, transportation agencies may need to warn drivers of the roughness. Now, if this isn't difficult enough and challenging enough, then let's move from winter to spring when now the warmer temperatures cause what we call thaw weakening. In this case, we have an interesting scenario where the ground begins to thaw from the top down just like it froze. However, in this case, all of the melt water generated by the melting of the underlying ice lenses that formed during the winter cannot drain because of the still frozen, relatively impermeable soil strata that's still below. This condition, which is a very delicate condition, can persist for several weeks and is the primary reason why in some jurisdictions we have to post spring load restrictions to try to preserve the pavement from a spring breakup under heavy truck traffic. In general, a weak base, whether caused by moisture or thaw weakening, is problematic because, as shown in this schematic, a weak base causes very high magnitudes of tensile strain or stretching at the bottom of the asphalt, and also high compressive strains on the top of the subgrade, which lead to rutting. The red lines in this schematic indicate hypothetical stress distributions in the pavement structure. And in a weak base, we have a situation where the stress imposed by the wheel load is not able to be spread very well across the underlying subgrade. So I'd like you to notice for just a moment, while we switch from a weak base now to a strong base, you see that in this case, the red lines have spread apart and the magnitudes of those strains have greatly decreased. This allows for the asphalt to exhibit a much improved fatigue condition, and we have an elimination of rutting by spreading the load. So how will we accomplish this strong base? It is through the use of cement treated base material technology. This is a chart from the Portland Cement Association that shows the relationships among various cement-based pavement materials. So far in the conference, we've been focusing primarily on conventional concrete, which is at the top right corner of the chart, involving higher water contents and higher cement contents. My presentation on cement-treated base will focus on the bottom left corner, where we have lower cement contents and lower water contents. Cement-treated base is often engineered more like a soil, and so in terms of talking about cement concentrations, we don't refer to water cement ratios or any aspect of a water cement ratio. Instead, we talk about terms such as optimum moisture content or maximum dry density, terms that you would be more familiar with in the soils industry. I'd also like to point out that the cement treated base circle in this diagram includes full depth reclamation, which is a very, very synergistic technology that I will also address in this presentation. Let's look at a few of the steps that are involved with FDR and cement stabilization. We start with the existing road, which is likely characterized by an old bituminous surfacing, probably exhibiting significant fatigue cracking or rutting, and an old base, meaning a base that may have deteriorated from freeze-thaw cycling or wet-dry cycling over the years. These two materials can be pulverized and blended together to create a new recycled material. And in some cases, a portion of that material will be hauled away off-site to handle any elevation constraints that may be present on the job site. Then we add cement, mix the cement, and compact the material to create a brand new cement-treated base material that can be reshaped to achieve and establish correct cross slopes and appropriate drainage. Following the curing process, the new cement-treated base can be surfaced with asphalt or concrete, or in some cases, even a chip seal. Here's a schematic that shows the machine that is used for full depth reclamation. This is a reclaimer drum, which rotates in this picture counterclockwise, simultaneously pulverizing the distressed asphalt and mixing it with a portion of the underlying base material. We also see that it is equipped with a port for the injection of water, which is very useful for not only keeping the bits cool during operation, but also for achieving that optimum moisture content that will be needed for compaction of the layer following the reclamation process. The full depth reclamation process has a number of benefits and advantages. I've listed a few here. It conserves aggregate materials. It requires little or no material hauling on or off the site. It reduces loads, specifically from construction vehicles, on the adjacent streets, which may themselves be at a tipping point where additional loads could cause failure. It also reduces construction traffic in neighborhoods and business districts where we may have a lot of pedestrians, thereby avoiding vehicle-pedestrian conflicts. It also can be used to maintain or improve a deficient grade by restoring cross slopes. It reduces cost by using the in-place investment covered by the tax dollars of previous residents, right? Perhaps from decades earlier. It also saves energy by reducing both mining and hauling of aggregate, and it easily incorporates cement stabilization, making this overall a very sustainable process. So let me show you some pictures now of a typical application on a rural interstate. The first step is to pulverize the existing distressed asphalt layer, effectively making it into a granular material mixed with a portion of the underlying base. In this picture, we see that the reclaimer is attached to a water truck, allowing it to move forward continuously, keeping the bits cool and providing moisture in that reclaimed layer. The next step, after some initial compaction and shaping of the reclaimed material, would be to spread cement powder. On rural interstates, the use of dry cement powder is a common approach and can be performed successfully when we don't have wind gusts, in particular higher than about 10 miles per hour, and when we don't need to manage any visibility concerns with respect to adjacent trafficking. The material blending is accomplished using the same reclaimer, which passes along over the cement layer, blending it in to a specified depth with the previously reclaimed distressed asphalt. And on a rural interstate like this, you see the complete absence of buried utilities. This is a process that can move ahead uninterrupted for long stretches. After the material has been blended, initial compaction is often performed using a sheep's foot or pad foot roller. These are ideal for materials that have higher fines contents or exhibit some cohesion, or that are thicker, for example, than about 6 inches. After that, we can use a steel smooth drum roller to remove any marks left by the pad foot or sheep's foot roller and to densify the surface of the cement treated base. In combination with the final rolling, we also have grading to make sure that the material is exactly at the right elevation. That process of mixing the cement and compaction needs to normally be accomplished within about a 2-hour window to ensure that the cementitious products do not begin forming before we've achieved final density. After the compaction is finished, we now commence the important curing process. Just like earlier presenters have emphasized the importance of curing for concrete, curing should be emphasized for cement treated base as well. In this particular application, a water truck can be used to moisten the surface of the cement treated layer to maintain moisture inside the matrix and facilitate continued hydration of the Portland cement. In applications such as this particular highway, where the use of water over a prolonged period of time, for example, several days, is not practical, then a prime coat can also be placed on the moistened cement treated base to seal the water. This product now is strong and durable. It's able to support the overlying surface layer and protect the underlying subgrade. And the next question is, can this technology be applied on urban streets, in neighborhoods and business districts? The answer is yes, and let's show you some pictures of this process as well. We start again with a failed pavement. You can see extensive fatigue cracking, you can see patching, potholes, and definitely oxidation of this pavement. We see that it's also probably very rough and perhaps with a compromised cross-section and perhaps poor drainage. This pavement is pulverized using a reclaimer to a specified depth. After pulverization and some reshaping, it is now ready for cement application. And here's the innovation that allows for the use of cement stabilization in urban areas. We have very carefully and successfully leveraged the resources of the ready-mix concrete industry. Within close proximity to every city is a ready-mix concrete plant, and their trucks and their drivers are equipped to bring us an engineered slurry product that can be applied to the ground in the complete absence of any cement dust. Therefore, we can use the cement stabilization project in neighborhoods where there are vegetable gardens and beautiful flower gardens and cars and children playing with absolutely no concern for the fugitive cement dust. That material is then blended, just as in the previous case study, and afterwards compacted, initially with a pad foot or sheep's foot, and then afterwards with a smooth drum roller. I've prepared a short video, about 1.5 minutes, that will highlight those 3 last steps that we just looked at. And so Brian, you may go ahead now and play the video.
All right, let me get it pulled up here. Okay, should be handing it back over to you now, Spencer, after that video.
Thank you, Brian. I'd like to highlight just a few points from the video about the cement slurry process. You saw the ready-mix concrete truck equipped with a slurry spreader, spreading an engineered slurry over the grade. The cement slurry application process leverages the equipment, personnel, and expertise already available at the local concrete batch plants. And applying a cement slurry with a ready-mix concrete truck allows a high degree of maneuverability for working along curves and around utilities that are ever present in those urban areas. Distributing cement slurry with a slurry spreader, which benefits from a decade of research, allows efficient, accurate applications of the cement slurry. And finally, and this is important, the slurry itself can be produced using hydration stabilizer and water reducer to gain additional construction time well beyond the 2 hours that would be typical of a cement powder project, and improve dispersion of the cement grains within the soil in which it's being mixed. So after the sheep's foot or pad foot roller has passed by, we apply the steel drum roller to achieve final compaction, and grading is happening simultaneously to ensure a proper grade. And then we commence with curing. And just as I showed previously, a water truck is the preferred technique for curing in neighborhood streets, primarily because the prime coat that would otherwise be applied cannot be driven on. It's not trafficable in most cases until it's fully cured and or coated with chip seal. And so in this case, curing with water trucks allows for the project to be continually accessible to all of the residents who live in the area, or to businesses who may need to come and go. So even a garbage truck can come into the project and pick up the trash without the contractor or the homeowners having to carry all of the garbage cans out to the end of the project. This is a very important aspect of using full depth reclamation and cement stabilization. There's another step that needs to be also discussed in conjunction with cement treated base, and that we call microcracking. The purpose of microcracking is to minimize the propagation of cement treated base shrinkage cracks into the asphalt surface course in particular. We've talked today in the conference a lot about concrete shrinkage, and so we're familiar with the idea that at least in concrete flat work, we install joints to control the location of the cracking. Well, in cement treated base, we don't install joints, we instead induce microcracking. The process involves providing moist curing for 2 to 3 days and then rolling that cement treated base material at maximum vibration and slow speed to create microcracks. The rolling should stop when the stiffness of the layer decreases by 40 to 50%. This is measured in the field and an appropriate rolling pattern is established. Moist curing is then recommended for another 2 to 3 days, during which time the stiffness of the layer will actually return to its pre-microcracked condition. In the event that a surface is scheduled to be placed sooner, then it can also be placed earlier than this 2 to 3 days. Here is the type of distress that we're trying to avoid. This is reflection cracking from a heavily stabilized cement treated base layer beneath this asphalt layer. We see that in this case, as the cement treated base cracked, and this was constructed, by the way, before the development of microcracking as a technique in construction, this pavement, while structurally sound, now requires regular maintenance, especially crack seal, to prevent water ingress. And so what we do is try to avoid the propagation of these cracks into the asphalt layer. Here's what microcracking looks like. It's the smooth drum roller that could have been used for the original final compaction of the layer, now just traversing the pavement at a slow speed with maximum amplitude, inducing very fine hairline cracks in that new cement treated base layer. And as I mentioned, this will instantly relieve the shrinkage stresses that are being built up in the layer as curing is occurring. And then afterwards, the cement treatment will continue to provide strength as the cement hydrates. And so the stiffness of this layer will be restored in the absence, though, of these problematic shrinkage cracks. Following the appropriate curing process, the new cement treated base can be surfaced either with asphalt or with a concrete pavement. And this is a good time to also point out that hopefully in partnership with the utilities group in a given city or county or state, any utilities that were under this road have been correctly installed or upgraded as needed so that these new facilities do not experience immediately street cuts to access subsurface utilities. These roads would now provide fantastic service for the public. There are both engineering and economic benefits for the use of FDR and cement stabilization. Here are some details for an actual project on which I was involved, involving a 3-inch hot mix asphalt layer and an 8-inch cement treated base that had been specified by the city. The material properties and pavement design inputs, which are typical values, are provided on the slide for your review. What's remarkable about this is that this design, which is a very structurally sound design, accomplished a reliability level of 99%. Usually, we might seek for an 85% reliability level for a minor collector, which is what this roadway was. But in this case, we have a 99% reliability because the actual structural capacity provided for an easel count or an equivalent single axle load count far above the specified level of 15,000 given for the design requirement. That means that there's only a 1% chance of premature failure. Furthermore, this project, which was a FDR and cement treated base project, cost 20% less than traditional reconstruction, even though it was a relatively new technology for the contractor and also for the city. we typically see savings between 20 and 50% on projects depending on their size and scope. So we see both an engineering and also an economic benefit. But that's not all. There are also environmental benefits that we should discuss. This slide, courtesy of the Portland Cement Association, compares some important metrics between the use of full depth reclamation and an approach involving effectively excavating and replacing to create a new base material. The metrics are based on a 1 mile section of 24-foot wide 2-lane roadway with a 6-inch base. And we see that in every case, the full depth reclamation requires fewer resources, fewer trucks, less roadway material hauled in or out, less material landfilled, and less diesel fuel consumed. And so we see that there are a number of environmental benefits that can be derived from the use of this process. As we prepare to conclude, I'd like to give you an overall summary of these 4 main points. First, cement stabilization is a very effective method of improving the strength and durability of most soils and aggregates. In fact, Portland cement is often considered to be the most versatile of all soil stabilization agents. The appropriate cement content is determined through very deliberate laboratory testing. Full depth reclamation in conjunction with cement stabilization is a proven approach for reconstructing failed asphalt pavements. While cement powder is commonly used in rural areas, cement slurry can be used in urban areas to entirely eliminate concerns about cement dust. Cement slurry can be delivered to a job site using a ready-mix concrete truck and efficiently applied using a slurry spreader. Now I'd like to make 3 points to 3 target categories, if you will, of the audience today. Owners, I'd like to talk to you first. You can now use cement stabilization in urban areas, bringing the benefits, engineering, economic, environmental, that you've seen on rural interstate type facilities for years, right now into your own city. Even for small jobs, this can be done. Contractors, you can now apply your expertise in cement stabilization and FDR to both rural and urban roads without concern for windy conditions, visibility problems for adjacent traffic, or exposure of personnel to respirable silica when cement slurry is used. And ready-mix concrete producers, you can now engage your truck fleet and your drivers, as well as your expertise with cement technology, to provide engineered slurry on local cement stabilization projects. In fact, this is, in effect, a new market for the ready-mix concrete producers. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to address any questions or comments that may have come through the chat. Brian, back to you.
Thank you, Spencer. Cody, you want to go through a couple of questions that have come in?
Yep, absolutely. The first one here says, how did they prevent dirt clumps from entering the pavement during placement where the sealant was applied to retain moisture in the granular material? Because usually you see the equipment pulling lower materials up with their tires.
If I understand the question correctly, the question has to do with the application of the prime coat or prime seal that was placed on the cement treated base after the cement treated base was compacted. They used a distributor truck with a spray bar, and after the layer had developed enough stiffness to be able to hold that truck, which is quite heavy when it's full, then we simply traversed the pavement, sprayed the prime coat directly onto the surface of the cement treated base, and then made another pass, not driving over the prime coat again until it was ready for asphalt paving, by which point it had cured.
Thank you. Here's another question. Do you require the ready mix supplier to mix the slurry in their batch plant, or can they mix it only in the delivery truck?
The slurry is ideally produced at the dry batch plant, not in a centrally mixed plant where the ingredients can be individually placed in the truck. Ideally, the cement is placed in the truck with a ribbon feeder, gradually, a little at a time. The materials are all then mixed together in the drum of the ready mix truck, again, not at the central mixing type facility. And then after the truck reaches the job site, we'll often ask for another number of rotations, 75, sometimes 100 rotations, to ensure that the slurry is very well mixed. Our main interest is reducing the occurrence of any cement balls that may potentially clog the the slurry spreader, for example, or cause unevenness in the distribution.
Thank you. We've got a few more questions. Looks like you've sparked some interest here. So,
Fantastic.
How difficult is the grading of the subbase if you don't get it done in the 2-hour window before the base sets up?
Great question. This is an opportunity to emphasize the importance of having all the equipment ready to go, because once the cement has begun to set up, grading can be very difficult. This means that we need to make sure that we're working within that 2-hour window and achieving the proper grade. One technique that we commonly will use is to pre-compact and pre-grade even the cement treated material, or the material that will be cement treated, so that we know in advance that we have the right amount of material on the job site in the right place before we ever add the cement. And by so doing, having the proper equipment in place ensures a very smooth operation. And of course, if we're using slurry, we can add a hydration stabilizer that can extend that window from 2 hours to even 6 hours if we need to, especially when we have more utilities in the urban areas that we need to work around. Really great question.
Here's another one. Maybe you can comment on briefly. What is the cost difference using slurry versus conventional powder in your experience?
That's a great question, and it's hard to make a direct comparison because, as you see in an urban type setting, there are a lot of difficulties, including buried utilities, a lot of traffic, local traffic that we have to manage, people needing to get to and from their homes, even pedestrians who will walk right across in front of construction vehicles. But typically speaking, over the years, I've seen dry powder applications for interstates, mind you, where they just have a straight shot, around $7 to $8 a square yard. That would include the FDR process and the cement. And for slurry in neighborhoods, I've seen that number, which may include some even excavation of soft spots and subgrades, be somewhere around $10 to $12 a square yard. So these values are just very rough numbers, and they can vary widely depending on the scope and size of the project. But we may see some additional cost associated with these smaller projects that use the slurry. As I pointed out, however, they're still at least 20% cheaper than a traditional reconstruct using an excavation and replacement approach.
With cement treated base, how hard is the sub base in an event you have an emergency like a water line break or storm drain pipe collapse?
That's a good question. The cement treated base is not so stiff or difficult that it cannot be excavated. And in fact, on some projects where I've been involved in the past, where a cement treated base has reached the end of its service life, perhaps decades later, and we need to remove it, it can even be in some place reclaimed again and retreated and placed again. But we can excavate these using a standard backhoe and access subsurface utilities. Its strength is normally somewhere between 400 and 600 PSI. APWA specs require a 7-day spec or a 7-day unconfined compressive strength between 300 and 800. So this is a product that is far weaker than a conventional concrete. Definitely we can excavate through it.
Let's see, we got a few more here. One more, maybe we'll just go with one more here. How does compaction in multiple lifts occur with FDR when dealing with a thicker base course section?
When we specify on the engineering side, and we've heard today some very thick pavement sections. I think Kevin was the one who called out a 16-inch concrete section on top of a 16-inch lean concrete section at the airport. When we need to do that, we want to use FDR, we end up having to process it with the reclaimer. Normally we can go about 18 inches deep with the reclaimer in a single pass. And then should we need to compact it in 2 lifts, and I would recommend that for that kind of a layer thickness, we would compact in 2 lifts. We would need to blade the top half of the material off to the side, compact the remaining lower half of that layer, treat it, compact it, and then move the other material back on top. This is the same kind of process that we see Salt Lake City Corp doing when in some of their residential areas they need to deepen the pavement section. They'll process the material, move all of it in that case to one side, and then over-X the subgrade before putting the reclaimed material back in place, ready to be treated with cement. So this can be done, just requires a couple of extra steps.
Great, thank you. Thank you again for your presentation, Dr. Guthrie. It's always a pleasure to listen to you present on this topic. Obviously sparked some good interest with some of our online viewers today as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Cody, appreciate it.
In closing, sorry, I'll put my video on too so you can see my smiling face. In closing, I just want to thank all of our presenters again today. What a great conference this has been because of your efforts and your willingness to share your knowledge and expertise with all of us. Thank you to everyone who's registered and participated in this year's conference. And I want to thank all the individuals who spent many hours in meetings and presenting ideas that helped to make this conference possible. Those include the URMCA Concrete Paving Committee members, whom we mentioned at the beginning of the conference. I also want to personally thank Brian Killingsworth from the NRMCA, who, as Brad mentioned earlier, has been instrumental in making this conference happen. As you can see, he calmly makes things happen and keeps the flow going, whereas people like me are in the background panicking and scrambling. So thanks to Brian. We also could not have made this happen without the help of some Udot folks, Bill Lawrence, Brian Lee, and Jason Simmons from Udot. So thank you to all those who helped make this conference possible. A big thanks to all of you who specify concrete paving for your roads, runways, parking lots, and anything else you can think to make out of concrete. You are the reason this association, the paving committee, and the conference are even possible. And thanks to all the agencies who design, inspect, and make sure that our contractors are doing a good job. And last, thanks to all the contractors for the great work you are doing. A couple reminders as we wrap up here. There will be a brief survey emailed out to each of you after the conference. And I say brief, literally, it is brief. A couple quick questions and maybe a comment. Please take a couple minutes to take this survey to help us for future conferences. Also, if you signed up for any DOPL or PDH credits when you registered, we will be getting those certificates emailed out to you probably within a week after the conference, if not sooner. We will also be coordinating with the award winners to get plaques created and sent out for each of you that would like a plaque, and congratulations to them. And lastly, if you aren't already following them, get on and follow the URMCA and the NRMCA on their social media to get all the latest updates and upcoming events. And then also feel free to reach out to myself or Brad Stevenson or Brian Killingsworth if you have any questions about any of the topics or any of the things that happened today. And thank you again all for joining us, and we hope to see you all in person at next year's conference.